And we are live! Just a little bit early here. Just 2 minutes. I accidentally pressed the button. So I'm going to take this time to clear my table up a little bit. But what I'll first say is, hi everyone, good to see, glad to have you. Ray, good to see, glad to have you. Kiko, good to see, glad to have you. Infinite, good to see, glad to have you. Hi people, Popoto is here. Good to see you, Popoto. Ray, good to see, glad to have you. How about that chat? Let's pop out that chat real quick. Raven, good to see, glad to have you. Tracy, good to see, glad to have you. Hey everybody. I'll be right back real quick. I'm sweeping off my desk. Okay. Hi everybody. Can you all hear me? How's audio all good? We are going to go back into playing our 16. God, we were playing that on Monday instead of our usual. I've either been off or playing Final Fantasy 14 on Mondays and Tuesdays for well over a year now. That's wild. Audio is good? Cool. Friendly reminder of where we've been. Last time we went through the Iron Kingdom, we helped Jill and Clive broke the Drake's Breath, the Mother Crystal there, as well as kind of got some closure for Jill after her time being used as a weapon by the Iron Kingdom. Then we found out that Hugo Kupka, Titan's dominant, was in Rosaria, basically assaulting Clive's home, Rosalith, in order to basically draw him out, thinking that in order to get his vengeance, believing that Clive and Cid are the ones responsible not only for Benedicta's death, but Benedicta's head being delivered in a box to him. We defeated him, chopped off his hands, and he was taken away by the Lord Commander of Waloed, which we don't know exactly why or what's going on with that. Then we met up with Mid, who is Cid's daughter, who is told to us a little bit here, but we can know earlier if you've done one of the side quests, luckily. And then we had technical issues, so we had to go ahead and make sure that we had to close it off early yesterday, but now we're gonna finish up. We're gonna go do Mid's errands. Mid seems to be wanting to start some sort of rebuilding plan. Also, if Mid is Cid's daughter, maybe Mid is the one who's gonna repair the airship. Maybe we will get this thing flying someday. I'm excited. Grape, good to see, glad to have you. Deathberry, good to see, glad to have you. Just popping in real quick, say hi. Hope everyone's having a great day. Yeah, trying to avoid spoiler over 16 so I can play eventually. Don't worry, Deathberry. You and many people besides. Thanks for popping in, though. Oh, I'm glad you're keeping calm. You were able to be okay during the storm, Raven. It's actually storming here now, which is lovely. Thankfully, my work shift is over, and I can head home to watch stream back in a few. Sounds good, Kiko. Howdy. Kathra, good to see, glad to have you. How you doing?
Was wondering where you got to. Mid's back from Canva. Have you seen her?
Just now. She's planning to set up a workshop in the stores and ask me to buy her some materials. Here's the list.
Noxious vapor that spilled from the cracks around a certain door in Sidolphus Tealman's Deadland hideaway would sting the eyes and burn the nose of anyone who strayed too long. Combing every ingredient on this list would no doubt produce a similar result.
Think you can find everything on there?
This lot. Wouldn't be much of a trader if I couldn't.
Excellent. As for payment...
It's paid. 100 times over by what that girl's done for us. If it weren't for her filters, we'd have naught to drink but blight water, and that would have drained the life out of us long ago.
Indeed it would.
That's how
I'll
they're
send the stuff onto Mid when it comes in.
Thank you, Karen.
I was wondering how they were dealing with the water of the area.
Is it business or pleasure? You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here.
Platform by Mid's Workshop. Seeing as there is no Mid's Workshop currently because she doesn't have a workshop yet, the answer would be no. Have we met Mid? We only just met Mid.
Blackthorn.
Yukio, good to see you. Glad to have you.
What does it look like?
I have a commission for you. From Mid. She requires certain tools.
Sketches of ineffable devices seemingly drawn from the pages of a mad alchemist's notebook. A list of equally exotic alloys from which such things are smithed. Okay, well, we'll check it out, Crepe. I don't think I have.
Do you think you can make them?
Bloody hell. What's she planning to build with this stuff? An airship? I'll see what I can do. Tell her I'll bring them over when I'm done. If I ever am.
My thanks. And Mids, no doubt. That just leaves the carpenter. Let's see if Bardolph's available.
Also, I love Mid design. Kind of jealous of her hair. Yeah, it is it's very interesting how it's like simultaneously very like it's very cute, it's very simple, but it is like it stands out too at the same time. Seeing as Sid's, I mean not always, but it's usually an engineer. Her being the engineer makes so much sense.
Should be enough to keep us. How do, Master Sid?
Bardolph. Mid's looking to build a workshop in the storeroom, and she needs the aid of a skilled carpenter. So naturally I thought of you.
Well, I'd love to help the young miss however I can. But I'm afraid I got my hands full just keeping this place afloat. There's holes need patching, and if I don't patch them, we'll all of us sink into the mere. I'd gladly spare Mid all the time I have, but the sad truth is, I ain't got none.
I see.
It don't have to be me, though, does it? What about that other fella? You know, the one over at Martha's Rest. Bernard, was it?
That's right. And he is a friend of the cause. I'll ask Martha if she can spare him.
Oh, right, the guy who rebuilt the bridge.
Bardolph.
Least I could do.
I adore how much they're taking advantage of prior quests to like connect back into later events. I really appreciate that. I mean, I love it when they do it in 14, and I certainly love it when they do it here. How's everyone doing today, by the way? I feel like in the future, if I'm going to play a Final Fantasy game when it comes out, I should wait like a month, so that way everybody can watch who's complete it first and then watch. I apologize for what happened at Rosalith. I fear what might have been had not you Gev and Torgal fought so fiercely. Once again, you were there when I needed you most. For that, I shall forever be grateful. Seeing the city I had once come to know as my home reduced to flame and rubble has left me with much sadness in my heart. The time for looking back is beyond us. We must focus on the here and now. Our memories will be waiting for us when this is all through. Ill. Doing good? Good, 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 good. Oh, okay, so passageway is probably... We should all be so lucky, Raven. Let's... Actually, it looks like the staircase is to go up is still blocked off. Unless they're up in the atrium or the haven. So I think all I'll do is I'll go do this and then go back to mid afterwards. And then I'll be able to, since things will be sent back up there anyways. As a viewer, I feel like a small chat has its benefits as well. It does, Crip. No, so small chats I'm perfectly fine with. Like, things like streaming by I'm not that interested in. But I will say when it gets so low-key that there's like nothing to bounce off of, it can be a little... I like being able to keep up the energy by bouncing off you guys. Small headache, but otherwise fine. Ah, I'm sorry. As a sufferer of chronic migraines, I feel you. In bed with a messed up back. Oh, glad to have something to watch. Well, I'm glad to provide some entertainment, Ray. I'm sorry. Is it chronic or just do something? Crazy humid today, but at least the AC is working. Good shit. It's not been a week. They already made a KH FF16 art. Who's they? Like the internet? Because the internet, I'm sure, did that well before the Ether game came out.
Ah, Clive. What brings you to the rest?
Our home finds itself in need of an extra carpenter. I wondered if I might be able to borrow Bernard for a short while.
I don't mind if he don't. We're all friends here, aren't we?
Thank you, Martha. Do you know where I might find him?
He went up to Cressida on business. No idea what, mind. Place is a ruin. Far as I know, he's still there.
I'll look from there then.
You coughed and your lower back went white. That's it? Oh my god, my empathy to you. Yes, a quick healing to you. Meantime, do the thing that I'm bad at doing and take it easy. I like having my lightning bolts. Only I had enough ability points to be able to move those lightning bolts to Titan or something, because I want to swap from Titan to remove. Good, good. At least you know. At least you're looking forward. But I'm gonna miss the lightning judgment bolts. Oh well. Ooh, actually, which one of these do I want? Which one? You know what? I just realized what I could do is I could just master one of these abilities and put it on remove. Oh, no, but that's the problem is I don't want it on remove because I don't want blind justice, right? I want Titanic block. Mastery increases limit break gauge gain upon blocking. Yeah. Blocking attack. Oh, blocking attacks with Titan Block fills the limit break gauge. I didn't realize that. So that is an incentive to use it over dodging. Well, wait, if step forward to deliver blinding fury of 5 punches, blocking an enemy attack with step forward increases the potency. Okay, that counts as a block too? Increases attack potency. Well, if it's better on the stagger, okay, it's slightly less damage. That's why. AOE. And most of the time, I don't feel like I need AOEs that bad, especially as long as I have my Scarlet Cyclone. Let's go for double damage. Oh, crap, I don't need that. Ooh, or I could... Yeah, I could vest into this. The question is... Okay, this is a 3 and a 3. This is a 4 and a 2. Do I want the damage or do I want the stagger? Ooh, the damage on that could be good. But I just gotta make sure to time it right. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I like the timing on that. Let's do that. And let's swap it for you. Increase range and number of hits. Okay, then I need to actually equip that. That's her fury. Cool. Reset the audio because that was in the menus. Titan's counter cooldown is literally just an yeah, the one I know the exact one. It totally is from JoJo. Also, for some reason, I keep having a nightmare being proven. It's a interesting raging fist. I mean, yeah, I totally know what you're saying. See, the nice part about if I accidentally grab Titan thing instead of Phoenix is like I'm trying to hit, at least when I go into that, if I hit it one time, I'll attack. Man, and that is a terrible aerial game. Which, I mean, I guess shouldn't be surprising, right? It's fucking Titan. Yep, I'm already missing Judgment Bolt. Raging Fist is very good as a counter as well, as a tool to fill damage multiplier quickly. Yeah, I guess the thing is I really like Garuda's Gouge for my multiplier, and then the thing is I like dodging enough that I don't know that I need to counter as strongly unless there's a really big benefit to the counter over dodging. Like a precision dodge, like I'm sure there's an increase in limit break gauge, but I already get so much from that. That's not a huge boon to me. I'm definitely going to give Titan a little longer though before switching back. Super interested to see what the other Primal's baseline abilities, because now I've seen, because I already knew what Titans was from the Iconic Challenge. So this is gonna, so whatever the next one will actually be a full surprise.
Hi, if it ain't the lad who saved my life. What brings you to a place like this?
You do, Bernard. Martha said I might find you here. I have a proposition for you.
Oh, do you now? Building a workshop, you say? Well, that beats tacking boards to bridges, sure enough. And if Martha didn't mind me being gone a while, then neither do I. You just tell me where you want me.
That's the spirit.
I couldn't ask a favor, though, could I? Before we go?
Of course.
Well, that there is Cressida, where I grew up. Ain't much left of it now, though. Except my parents' graves. But I came up here hoping to visit. I even patched up the bridge to get across. Only to find the place crawling with fiends. But you're a dab hand when it comes to dealing with beasts and bogles, ain't you? Any chance you could,
It's the least I can do.
Well, thank you kindly. And take care.
I'm using Raging Fist for both use you have Garuda abilities. For staggering? Because the other thing is that the reason I have Arrow isn't even just about staggering. Like, that ability is just useful to go into Triumph modes to get me up into the air. So
This shouldn't take long.
Slash. If I can do that, then I can go down, and then I've got and ready to charge. Okay, still can't block magic. Okay, what's the big guy they're gonna send at me?
Nice try.
Keep putting the pressure on.
To me, boy. That's better. Soil and stone. I've heard talk of. Get him.
Gotcha. Oh man, it's really storming.
That should do it.
You made short work of that lot. Thank you, son. Now my folks can rest in peace once more.
How long is it since the village was abandoned?
Oh, people started packing their things after the duchy fell. Between the Blight and the Imperials, you just couldn't make ends meet. Must be nigh on a decade since the last wagon left. Oh, it may as well have been a century, looking at the place. This isn't the Cressida I remember.
I'm sorry.
Ah, don't be. Can't live in the past, no matter how nice it might have been. Soon as I'm done saying a prayer for those that raised me, it's onto your hideaway. I'll meet you there.
That's an important thing for Clive to hear right now, I'm sure. Not that he didn't already know it. By the way, did anybody else? I just noticed this in the corner of my eye.
Then head back before
Look
she
at the
thinks of anything
scarecrow.
else.
It's a black. It's like a VV/black mage. Oh, that's super cute. I need to watch some scenes from the German version of 16. One character just said that they want to live and not just survive, which is in German "leben und nicht" or "überleben." Sorry, which already sounds good. Yeah. Thriving instead of just surviving is really important. Now found multiple places that are just all open fields with fallen stuff around. I wonder if they're just for marks, or I wonder if they're going to be for other things later. And back to the hideaway.
Jill looked white as a sheet when they brought her.
Oh, it's probably just saying that we've unlocked the Iron Kingdom for arcade mode.
It's all right. Sid has nothing to fear from.
It's hard to be afraid of a man without hands. Ayo! Although he probably actually can restore them. Seeing as, like, in icon modes, they can restore their limbs. I wouldn't be surprised if by turning into his I mean, actually, maybe he can just restore them naturally. I don't know. Although, based on the fact that, like, Clive can have a mark on his face for a scar, Would assume that. Oh, it's interesting. Well, he hasn't turned into Ifrit since he's been scarred, as far as we know.
How's it
But
coming
would the
along?
scar disappear once he has it?
You were born in Russellith, weren't you?
But I want to help Miss Mididol with her experiment.
Old Farmer Otto keeps both chocobos and antelopes. After 5 of his stock fell ill, he put them in his barn to rest. However, Otto woke the next morn to discover that a leg eater had found its way into the barn and devoured 3 of the limbs on one of his antelope. To make certain all remaining legs were accounted for, he did a tally and was satisfied when he counted 13. How many chocobos were? Okay. So after 5 of his stock fell ill, he put them chocobos and antelopes. After 5 of his stock fell ill, he put them in the barn to rest. However, Otto woke up the next morning to discover that a leg eater had found its way into the barn and devoured 3 of the limbs on one of his antelope. They should only have 1. Make certain all remaining legs were accounted for. He did tell him satisfied when he counted 13. Oh, so 5. Oh, 5 to start with are in the barn. Okay, so 5 times 4 would be 20. So it's not that. It's not 19. So we just go, okay, so if 2 were chocobo, that would be 4. So 3 times 4, that's 12. 12 minus 3. So if 1 was a chocobo, that's 2. And then that's 4 are an antelope, so that's 4 times 4, so that's 16. Minus 3, that would be 13, so that's 15. So it needs to be 2 chocobos. 2 chocobos, 3 antelope. Because it would be 2 of the antelope with 4 legs, 1 of them with 1 leg, so that's 9, and then 2 chocobo, that's 4. Okay, so it's 2 chocobo, 3 antelope.
And you can.
I've been wondering if Ifrit only kicks in when the opponent is in full icon mode. Well, it's a good question. We'll find out for sure why it's hard for... Yeah, maybe that's the thing that is a struggle for why he can't pull Ifrit, right? Is that he only can pull out Ifrit when he's fighting another icon. Which might mean that Typhon could be the water icon or something like that. That would make sense. And that Ifrit itself is almost like an icon to defeat and devour icons.
All right, Clive. You've all done then.
Nice.
I am. I've placed your various orders, and a carpenter by the name of Bernard is on his way from Martha's Rest.
That's brilliant. Thanks, Clive.
Is there anything else you need?
Nope. Blackthorn and Lady Karen have already sent over everything I asked for, and I've got all my plans drawn up. So as soon as Bernard gets here, we can get to work. I can't wait.
I love how this game uses color. Because, like, it doesn't use hyper vibrant color. But because it doesn't have a ton of color, when it does use color, it's pretty stark and striking. Even with magics. The Breath of Earth. Reduce wind-up count.
That's my good deed for the day done. Let's see how Jill's faring.
Okay, character up here, you said?
Good to see you, Sid. Lovely weather, isn't it? Gods in the heavens are smiling down on us.
All right, Sid.
Doesn't seem to be anyone of particular note.
I hear your scout made quite a hero of himself over in Rosalith, sniffing out a score of terrified townspeople and ushering them to safety. Or so he claims. I hear your scout made quite a hero of himself over in Rosalith.
Not shady at all.
Shouldn't you be getting some rest, Sid?
Ah, Clive.
Talia, how's Jill?
Recovering, but she still needs her rest.
Of course. Take good care of her, won't you?
I'll do my best. Oh, Gav was looking for you. He said he had something to show you in the shelves.
The shelves. Oh, that's right. He went to ask Harpocrates about Torgor. He must have found something.
It's a storm in here.
You have the look of a man with the twins upon his shoulders, Rodrigue.
Talia has tasked me with removing a Cursebreaker's brand. But it's my first time, and I don't think I can do it. I'm afraid of what happens if I fail. You survived, I know, but there as many die as recover. Is it really?
Interesting. Okay, there's no like way to search it, because in theory it's just be a superficial incision to remove the top layer of skin.
Of the risk.
You don't need me to answer that. You know full well what we're fighting for. I hope as much as you that one day bearers can walk among others as equals. But until that day, a brand is a burden, and we must lift that burden in order to go undetected. The operation may be dangerous, but it's also essential, and we undergo it willingly.
I know. I still wish there was some other way. But griping about my lot helps no one, I suppose. Don't worry. I'll do what must be done.
I know you will.
Unfortunately, the first thing that needs doing is the preparation of a draft to dull the pain. Something I can't do with the infirmary's ammonia supply so low. What few leaves we have would barely be enough for removing a splinter, let alone a brand.
Just tell me what you need.
You'll go? Oh, thank you. No one knows Herblord like Taya, and she swears by ammonia for easing pain. It's simple enough to find, if you know where to look. And fortunately for you, I do. Along the river near the village of Amber over in Rosaria. Just search for the
I need to
bright
go over there
blue
for another reason.
blossoms.
I need to go over there to kill Princess Plan. I gotta wonder why anyone wouldn't accept the quest.
I'm feeling a lot better, thanks to Taya's remedies. But she insists I rest.
Okay, we gotta do the Torgal, and we gotta pick up that one.
The little ones have been up to their old tricks again.
Do you have a moment, Sid? A team of Cursebreakers has gone missing near Northreach.
Which team?
Colt. They were sent to liberate a carriage of bearers before they could be smuggled to market. They were moving in for their assault when the carriage was attacked by goblins. A Cursebreaker managed to release a Stolas amid the confusion, but... this was days ago. They should be back by now, but I've heard nothing from any of them. I can't help but worry that...
They know the work is dangerous. But I'm sure they're fine.
But what if I've got them all killed? Before they go out, I always remind them why we're doing this, what they escaped, and what we're freeing people from. But I never really thought how my words might affect them. What risks they might take because of the things I've said.
I'll go and find them. We'll both rest easier knowing they're safe.
Thank you, Sid. And I'm sorry to trouble you with this. The plan was to intercept the slaver somewhere in the Dragon's Eyrie. I can't tell you much more than that, I'm afraid.
That should be enough to go on. If they were there, Torgal will track them down.
Jill looked white as a sheet when they brought her.
Clive, where have you been? I've been wanting to ask you something about Torgal. Where did you get him, like, in the first place?
In the northern reaches.
My father brought him back from one of his expeditions into the Northern Territories. They were crossing a snowfield when they heard his cries, and Seeing no sign of his pack, they took him in.
What do you reckon, Torms?
It certainly adds weight to the theory. Clive,
go on.
I believe that Torgal may be no mere hound, but a rare frostwolf, an animal native to the far northern reaches of Valisthea. In one of our oldest bestiaries, I found reference to a frostwolf who served as guardian to an ancient queen of the north. Such was his mastery over ether, he could cast magics on command. His name was Fenrir.
Fenrir the Frostwolf.
Raven. You're right.
Now, the annals do not state it explicitly, but I have reason to believe this queen was a dominant of Shiva, a girl from the Northern Territories and her faithful hound. One awakens as the dominant of Shiva, and the other?
You're saying that Jill granted Torgal his powers?
What?
Just like Fenrir. People called him my hound, but Torgal and Jill were inseparable. He grew up as a faithful companion to the dominant of Shiva, and years later, his powers awakened, just when his master needed him the most.
You're right. If it weren't for Torgal blasting those bastards to Kingdom Come, Jill would have been for it.
Quite. Though Torgal's power is his own, his latent birthright as a Frostwolf, it had only to be unlocked.
Oh, get you, Torgal!
You're an even finer hound than we thought.
And regarding your original concern, you need not fear for Torgal's health. Why, the beast has the appetite of a behemoth. Just this very morn, I found him with his nose buried in my nuts.
You can't say that!
There you are! I've been looking everywhere for you.
I need to get that
Bernadette.
out of context.
I need you to introduce us so we can get to work.
I shall be a moment.
I just want to get that shot, clip it out of context, and make just throw up a short of it. The dirtiest moment in Final Fantasy XVI. Sometime later.
Isn't it brilliant?
It is.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you. You and everyone else. But I promise I'll pay you back. I'm gonna work my fingers to the bone for you lot. Starting right now. Just you wait. I'll make wonders like this world's never seen.
Then I look forward to seeing them.
Please let me use
Now
my
that that's settled, I wonder if Vivian's made any progress tracking down Kupka.
Thanks for letting me do this, Clive. I'll pay you back, I promise.
We have everything we need to begin work in earnest.
And work in earnest we shall.
Thanks for before, son. That was a good deed you did me. Only right I do you one in return. Though I did wonder if I'd bit off more
okay,
than I
can't
could
do anything
chew
here
and
yet.
showed me your plans for the place. If she hadn't been there to tell me what to do, I wouldn't have known where to start.
Did I miss something fruity? Just an old man talking about how a dog was chewing on his nuts.
I think I'll wait till mid's away to take a tour.
Alright, so it's the Princess Flan. I think it's the Flan. I assume it's a Flan based on the description. It sounded like that one we faced in the Iron Kingdom.
How goes the hunt for Kupka?
Largely in circles. We have myriad sightings of strange soldiers in unexpected places, but nothing definitive as yet. If only we knew for certain by what route he left Rosalith.
Well, keep at it. If anyone can piece this puzzle together, it's you. and I'm willing to wait as long as it takes.
What? Here?
Would that be a problem?
Do you know, Clive? I believe it a mercy that you didn't inherit your father's throne. Your poor people would surely live in fear of you.
You have nothing to worry about on that front. I won't be claiming his crown.
That is a relief.
Clive, have you got a minute? We, have a guest.
A guest?
I knew it.
For your trouble. It was a pleasure, in hindsight.
Well, what's...
Uncle Byron?
Can they offer resources?
Clive, my boy! Tap a cask and stoke the ovens for your favorite uncle is here!
I love Byron. I still love the way that they got Byron to choose Clive. I thought that was brilliant. The only options that were is going to be Byron or it's going to be someone from Waloed. But I feel like if they knew where they were, that'd be a bigger problem. Especially since they have Kuka now. Twinside, the Holy Empire of Separate. Seat of the Imperial Court.
The Dhalmekian government sues for peace. How shall we respond?
If they're willing to accept their fault in the matter, I see no reason to refuse them.
Still, we must insist on substantial reparations. Twinside stores are not as bottomless as reported.
Aye, and we have many more mouths to feed. We shall just have to have the Dhalmekians empty their treasuries for us.
Of course, none of this would have been possible without your timely intervention, Prince Olivier.
Indeed, I doubt any of us would have had the courage to trade words with the mighty Titan, nor less the wit to win him over.
The Empire owes you a great debt.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you, Your Highness.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
Very good.
I didn't think it was Olivier. I thought it was...
Now, let us come to the question of precisely when the Dhalmekians will withdraw their troops.
Dion's fire could rid us of them in mere moments. The men of the Fist will not withdraw until a peace treaty is concluded. So let us keep the negotiations open, give them time to gather what gold and trinkets they can. And once they deliver that which we demand, what worth is a piece of parchment?
Your Radiance, were Prince Dion to take the field, the enemy would surely send their own dominant to meet him. And while His Highness would of course prevail, there would be heavy losses on both.
You need not fear Hugo Kupka. He is engaged on the Western Front. Even were the Dhalmekians to send for him, he would not arrive in time. As much as I would enjoy witnessing a clash between Bahamut and Titan, it is not to be.
Yeah, okay, Infinite, you heard it too.
And what of your subjects, Your Radiance? If the fighting spread to the city proper, the people would bear the brunt of it.
There will be losses, it is true. Yet for every citizen who falls, another can be bred. For every home that burns, another can be built. The Empire will live on. Dion?
Yes, sire.
Prepare for battle.
But sire...
Do not make me repeat myself. Return to your camp and await my orders.
If that is your wish, your Radiance, I shall depart at once. May Gregor forgive you.
What do the astrologers augur?
The stars are in agreement, Your Radiance. The shadow of treachery hangs over Prince Dion.
So Annabella's tales were true.
Of course, it's Annabella.
You disappoint
It's always
me,
Annabella,
Dion.
'cause she's the fucking worst. Of course she wants Dion dead because she wants Olivier to be the... You have to be smarter than this, right? She wants her own son to be proud prince. Like, come on,
What
dude.
on earth is Uncle Byron doing here? Only one way to find out.
He knows she's trying to get her killed.
There's
Yeah.
just one thing
So
after
I've gotta
another
do some more
around here.
crimes. I'm glad to hear some old friends. We've heard Urianger and Estinian. I don't know that I've heard anyone else. Some of them I feel like I might have, but I don't know. I was been set up in so many outfits I want to add at 14. I've just been making a list at this point. I mean, please do. I mean, frankly, like all of the outfits with any form of color in them, like, you know, Gavs, mids, like just any and all of them I want, really.
Ah, my dear nephew, how I've missed you.
How did you find this place, Uncle?
Through the good offices of young Sir Wade. He really is the most helpful fellow. As are you, I hear. The Guardians and those they freed tell the most outlandish tales of your heroics in Rosalith. Which is why I came, to learn the full truth of the matter. Sort the fact from the fiction, so to speak.
You were working with the Guardians of the Flame to evacuate the people of Rosalith to Port Isolde.
I was.
Dion, Raven.
Then I have questions for you. Please, come inside, Uncle.
Gladly. You there? There are 2,000 gold talents in those chests. See that they're added to my nephew's coffers, would you?
2,000?
Gav. Yeah, mids would make for an awesome machinist, Glenn, totally.
And I'm afraid that is all I know.
A fleet sailing south past Port Isolde. Most intriguing.
Forgive me for not being able to tell you more. I hadn't the faintest idea Kopko withdrew wounded from Rosalith. Still less that my own nephew dealt the decisive blow.
What do you think, Vivian?
I think, with this news of the Dhalmekian fleet and recent reports of the Royalists' movements, that the final piece of the puzzle has fallen into place. Come here and I'll show you.
The thing is, Dion's would be more for Dragoon.
It is known that Kupka's forces entered Rosaria via its unguarded coast. So can the same be said of your visitors from Waloed? Certainly her royal navy is famed for the efficiency with which it bears her knights from one battlefield to the next. And in the Einherjar, or Black Galleon, she boasts a vessel nigh as swift and every bit as feared as the kingdom's legendary cavalry. A fitting flagship for a land apart, her naval presence being crucial to her ambitions beyond Ash. Yes, it seems safe to assume that the Royalists did indeed enter Rosaria from the sea. So then, had you a vested interest in Titan's survival, whither would you take him? Why, home to Drake's Fang, a place rich enough in ether to conjure the magics needed to mend his hurts. But would that not entail an arduous voyage around the southern cape? Let us say that the Royalists did put ashore with a mind to spirit Kupka away from under your very nose. Could that truly have been their plan for him? To load him aboard one of the ships flying Republican colors sighted off the coast near Port Isolde? To spend weeks at sea, being tossed hither and yon by unforgiving waves, his life hanging in the balance? No. The journey would mean Titan's death, and Kupka's faithful creatures would not allow it. So what then was the plan of our Waloed friends?
That much faster.
Reports suggest they made not for the coast, but for the desert. And by cutting through the Velcroy, a party traveling light would have Titan back in his bed days before a galley could lurch into port. To wit, it was the Royalists, not the Republicans, who effected Hugo Kupka's safe retreat. I would stake your life on it.
Yeah, go for it, Raven.
It was the Waloeders who spirited the wretch away.
Crepe, where are you getting that from? Is that one of the things that lays that lore
Now
entry?
I think about it, there was something a little strange about the ships I saw. The men seemed almost crestfallen, as if in mourning, as if they believed, or were made to believe, that their master was dead.
You have a keen mind?
Please avoid mentioning things like that then if it's from a later side quest. Please let me play the
Lord
game.
Rosfield. And you have your answer. To find Kupka, you have merely to follow the Royalist trail across the Velcroy. It may well have gone cold by now, but as they say in the Republic, all roads lead to Drake's Fang.
Allow me to accompany you part of the way. As luck would have it, I had intended to journey Canverward on business after visiting you here. The Fang would be but a short detour.
I'd be glad of the company. Give me a moment to make ready. I need to tell my friends what we've learned, and where we're going.
Very well, but be quick about it, my boy. Time waits for no man.
Be clear, it's totally fine if there's a lore entry and I missed it, like that we have access to currently to share something, but if it's from a side quest later, please assume that that's a spoiler. You know, because that's I could not have known that without having played that, right?
Here for another of my lectures. Your nemesis awaits, Clive. Then worm your way into the bowels of an enemy force.
Okay. Got 2 quests to do. Sorry, I didn't think. Yeah, no, Crip, you're totally fine. I'm just like that. That's why I'm just clarifying because I understand why you would have thought it would have been fine. Relevant job. Now I know. Yeah, exactly. No worries. That outfit would suit several classes. Honestly, really, I think Dark Knight is probably the most prevalent. Honestly, I think the thing is, instead of jobs, I would ultimately more like look at each one for roles. Although I find it ironic, I feel like Jill's most appropriate for Red Mage, despite being, you know, blue. Although hers with like color pattern like a red mage outfit would be pretty dope, I'll admit. Know what? Let's go to the Hawkcry Cliff one real quick because there's also that mark there that I want to get. Well, dying is a thing in 14, yeah. Can you dye? Does anyone know? Can you dye like the Lightning and Noctis outfit though? Like I know there's Lightning in 13. I know there's the Noctis.
Enough of those herbs.
It's over.
Dude, Clive's outfit would be great on Ephemeral. That is absolutely true, right? But then again, most outfits are great on Ephemeral. Yes, you can. Oh, interesting. I thought you couldn't. That's good to know. I'd love to see Jewel in a dapper
around
hat.
here with blue flowers. I hope it's the right one.
And Snows. Snows you can dye too? Closest job Clive is a weird melee range summoner.
Should be enough to keep.
Oh, I see what you're saying because of all the iconic powers.
Hopefully this.
I guess I'm thinking more about the weapon, and I think I tend to think more about like the weapon and the silhouette, right? Trying to think. So what's Sid's? I feel like Sid's would be like one of the melee you get, maybe. Honestly, I feel like the only like tank that Clive doesn't super work for is Gunbreaker. I think other than that, it's pretty much. I feel like I guess Paladin too. Okay, I gotta pull up. What was the clue for? Rumors spreading throughout the southern region of Rosaria, a pool of opalescent ooze that has been sighted in the moors and meadows of the region. While it resembles a knot but a puddle of strange sludge from the distance, any man or beast draws too close with a mass slimy. Hawkcry's Cliff, Rosaria. This is Hawkcry's Cliff, so it's somewhere in here. Definitely not in Amber, it's not in Shallop, so it's somewhere. Ooh, maybe down here. Sid maybe Nin with his two swords. Oh, that's ooh. Crepe, I think you gotta go in there. That's a good argument. And the purple also works really well with the ninja colors.
It's over.
I'm liking it, and plus, you know, Raiton and electricity and all that. Okay, I like it. I'm definitely thinking Dion for Dragoon. You know, there's also if we do Dark Knight for Clive, we could do or you know, we have Barnabas, I think I keep saying that, but the Odin's dominant. So let's even just think about the dominant. Kupka, what works well? Kupka's monk, right? Like you just make Kupka's armor monk's armor. Don't know about the water. Garuda, Benedicta. Who gets Benedicta's outfit? You know, there's not a lot of traditional healers too, so we don't have like an easy way to that. Dude, Benedicta's outfit's so good though. Benedicta's outfit would be pretty good for Reaper. Although I bet you there's something better for Reaper in the game. I mean, I feel like Benedicta could be pretty good for maybe Dancer. I feel like it's not Dancer enough, but Dancer's got flow, right? If anything, mid, which I think is better for Machinist, would be better for Dancer than Benedicta. Benedicta Reaper. I'm honestly currently feeling that. That or like Gunbreaker too could work. You know what? Let me go grab the soul crystals. Okay. So we're gonna push them all to one side, and as we figure out which ones are which, we're gonna move them to the other side. Okay. So are we all in agreement? Clive. Well, I want to say we're in agreement with Clive is Dark Knight. Clive is either Dark Knight or Warrior. I want to say we're probably in agreement on that. Sid is Ninja, so we've got that locked down. Are we all in agreement that Jill is Red Mage? I know that her outfit's blue, but we are agreed that like her outfit, at least in the silhouette and stuff, is Red Mage. Does anyone have any count? Would anyone like to hold qualm with this? Jill Mage. Mid is Machinist. Yep, mid's Machinist. Let me... Not the phrase that was spoken by a level 48 Conjurer in my party. Oh, Infinite, I'm sorry. You're finished. I see many non-Reddit outfits for Red Mage, I agree with it. Great. Okay. Monk is Kupka. Okay, so for Benedicta, let's see. Our options, I'm going to put the options up for Benedicta are... Dion is Dragoon. That's easy enough to do. Okay, so for Benedicta, the immediate ones that come to mind that I have here are Summoner, Bard, White Mage, Black Mage. We are opening up the grounds to arguments. Monk for who? Kupka? Titan? Dion is Dragoon. Yeah, totally agree, Crit. Yep, 100%. Where is that opalescent mass? Okay, come on, Ambrosia. Let's go on a hunt.
Run like the wind.
Barwood makes sense, but I still want it like it for White Mage. Okay, we can hold that. We can put that like Clive's. We'll put that over here. We're gonna say Bard or White Mage. We're gonna hold that. Okay. What we got left is obviously I have Sage and Reaper, but I don't have those crystals on hand. Because they're being shipped. They're currently in pre-production.
Thanks, girl.
But we've got... Oh, there's the ooze. Clan Prince, not Princess. Interesting. Clan Prince, rank A. Fight.
Thought you'd take us unawares, did you?
Gotcha. items mid-fight? Can. Not expecting such a hard fight. Okay, there's an even better than machinist character than mid. Okay, I'll set mid to the side for now. I'll set machinist to the side for now. I gotta remember to start taking those fights more seriously, because that is the exact level of combat that I was looking for. Yeah. Wildflower creates sickly sweet viscous ooze that is meant to lure would-be predators into devouring it, at which time the powerful toxins within its flesh will paralyze the victim, allowing the flan to envelop and slowly dissolve it over a period of 17 nights, up to 7 of which the victim spends alive.
Well, it's dead now.
Wait, is that a...
Whatever it was.
That flan had a fallen orb inside of it. Are the flans actually fallen creations? Huh. Okay. The enemy is 6 levels above you. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad it was a hard fight. Martha? Which one's Martha?
What do you reckon Mid's going to make next? Bigger what? Biggie maybe?
No, you know who's the white mage is, what's her face?
What's that for you, dear?
Oh, Martha, the one from... No. Innkeeper and Russell. Oh, duh. Yeah. Literally Martha's Rest. I always forget. I don't feel like her outfit's that... You know who I actually think it is, and I know we'll get to her in a second. Craft. Now that we have... Should be able to make Drake Slayer's belt, yes, because I
Should last you a good while.
And I should be able to make... Huh. I could have sworn there was another item. There was a Drake Slayer item. Oh no, because I'm on reinforce, that's why. I only have 1 Scarlet Tights. Okay, I need another Scarlet Tight. That's fine.
That it?
Okay. I am not loving Titan as much as I thought I would, which is shocking me because I did not think I was going to love Ramu. But for my timing and the way that I've been doing combos and stuff, this has actually worked a lot better, weirdly enough.
Fine.
Okay, we gotta go back to the infirmary. I always try to go to my room to go shortcut
Sid's
to the
going
infirmary.
to find Cooker.
Rune, good to have you. How you doing? Pretty dull outfit though, yeah. Tomes is a scholar. Ooh, nope, I like that. Tomes is a scholar. Yep. So far we've got oh, that's summoner. So far we got scholar, monk, red mage, ninja, and dragoon. And then with Benedicta we're looking at bard and white mage. However, I think we know who our white mage is because, well, what's Vivian? Is Vivian summoner? I feel like Vivian's got a pretty good outfit. Vivian's could be good as a summoner outfit. Unless there's some good stuff later, but it's a little too formal to be a dancer outfit. But I say we make Tarya's white mage. I mean, it's a little boring, but I feel like hers would be a good white mage. Oh. Yeah, it's crazy that the balcony doesn't connect in. You'd think I bet you it's because of loading.
Only the usual.
Oh, yes. This is it. More than I was expecting. I dare say the patient won't feel a thing. That is, unless I...
You'll do fine. Tyre trusts you, which means I trust you. The hideaway would be lost without skilled physicers like yourself.
Thank you for the kind words. Truly. But I'm sorry. I'm still terrified. The brand is more than just ink on flesh. It's a death sentence. Milk of the wyvern tail lurking just below the surface of the skin. One ill-conceived incision, a single slip, and the poison fouls the patient's blood. Failure means death, and even success means tremendous pain. Days of agony as the wound heals. I became a physiker to help people, not to kill them. I don't want to kill anyone.
Cursebreakers lead hard lives, and the operation is only the beginning. They toil in the shadows, risking life and limb, knowing their efforts will win them neither glory nor acclaim. And yet we never won for volunteers. Why do you think that is?
Conviction? They're willing to die?
They're willing to fight. To give their lives to create a world where people like us can be more than mere possessions. I know your work isn't easy, but neither is going under the knife. Be a shoulder for your patients to lean on. Stay strong for them.
You sound like Tyre. Do you know what she once told me? It's natural for a patient to feel like they're suffering in solitude. And it's a physiker's duty to see that they don't. Thank you for helping me remember that. I won't falter. Not again.
I really appreciate this small little part in all the side quests. Okay. I'm thinking Bard for Benedicta. Because White Major Sage. I like what Clive had to say, both sides take courage. Yeah, 100% Rune. Rune, I forget, have you been playing? You've been playing, right? You're quite a bit further ahead. I'm gonna hold on to the others for now. But I'm thinking Benedicta is Bard. A few hours ahead. Cool.
How may I help you today, Clive? Come to claim your just desserts?
Not long ago, I was accosted by footpads as I walked the gilded path, and would have perished alone in the desert had not the Cursebreakers come to my aid. I owe them my life. May this token serve them well. Traveling Tripsicorian.
You earned this.
That was a direwolf.
Come again. I may have more for you.
Increase combo damage by 5%. Jesus Christ. I don't need guild that bad anymore. Really creeps it. Oh, I do love dodging, but I feel like that's not only it's only useful mostly with heavy hitters. With like little guys, it's not that much. Badge of Cleric's Medallion. That's not super helpful. Bloodhawk Jess. Increase airlift combo damage. Increase down thrust damage. Increase limit break. I don't see my limit break generations can be fine. Favor fire heat wave. Increase heat wave damage. Do you think I'd be better at remembering what the name of my abilities are? I use Rising Flames, Scarlet Cyclone, Gouge, Wicked Wheel, Wild Drive, Thunder. I really mainly use just Judgment Bolt. Okay. Rising Flames, Scarlet Cyclone, Gouge actually would be. Wicked Wheel is not that important to me. A Judgment Bolt upgrade could be useful potentially, although he has constant use. What I got. Rising Flames, I already got that one equipped. I can just. Oh no, because it's a reduced cooldown time. Ignition, Will-O-Wisp, Gouge. Increase Gouge damage by 15%. That's actually pretty good. But or get it back faster. That's tough. Honestly, Gouge's damage is not the huge thing. It's mostly the stagger. Yeah, let's see how much.
Mid's finished outfitting her little workshop right here.
Joshua has Bard Drip.
Of course.
Joshua does have Bard Drip. I'm assuming you mean young Joshua, though, not older Joshua, right?
Who's this blue blood?
To try the Berserker Ring. I mean, but like, the thing is, I do a lot of dodging, but like, we'll try it. We'll try it. Oh my god.
What do you reckon?
I
It's
need
going to make
to
next.
get my items back from Karen.
Well, don't just stand there gawping. If you're gonna buy something, be quick about it.
Why do I know Karen's voice actress? What else has she been in? Like, I'm sure she's been in like a lot of
Rubbing me
BBC
blind,
stuff or
you
something.
know. It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that.
Honestly, that actually automatically charges magic spells and maintains the charge until cast. That actually could be pretty useful potentially. Although I just
Finished,
rage
are
spells.
you?
Joshua's a red mage. Sadly for red mage, we got Jill, because she's got the whole duelist outfit going on. Although his drip is a little red magey, I'll grant you that. But I don't have a better option for Jill
The
other
little
than.
ones have been up to their old tricks again. Drawing on.
So, you mean his current outfit where he's wearing nothing but a robe? Like a robe with a hood? Or he heals and does damage. Right, but we're talking about, think about silhouette. Don't think about how the character fights. Like, someone argued that, like, oh, Clive would be summoner because he uses icons. It's like, that's not, what is the silhouette of the armor and the weapon? Like, because Clive's is not a summoner gear, right? It just because he uses summoning abilities. Honestly, you could say summoner would make sense for Joshua with his cloak.
Otto, Kupka's
That's
at Drake's
pretty boring.
Fang. I'll be leaving before sunset.
You're not going in there alone, are you?
Don't worry. I'm not going there to destroy the Mother Crystal. All I'm after is Kupka's head. I won't risk any more than I have to. I promise.
The Lancer and the Fang are all Kupka's personal fiefdom. You have any trouble on the way, you ask for Rosina Dalamil. Some call her the Desert Hare.
Who is she?
An old associate of Sid's, and only Sid's. All I know is the name, and that they used to meet at the Dalamil Inn. We've heard nothing from her since he died. But I'm thinking maybe the new Sid might be able to bring her back into the fold.
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
So, what about your uncle? I mean, he's welcome to stay, but...
Don't look so worried. He'll be coming with me.
Thank fuck for that.
Gav, Otto, I'm
I
leaving
love
you
Gav.
two in charge.
You can count on us.
Gav's orange is striking. He could also do Bard. Okay, but real question. What should be a title you get from crossover? Like Kingslave for Final Fantasy. Ooh. Dominant. It should be dominant, right? Like I feel like that's easy. That one's easy. Blue with the reds. Ray, not in this stream, so if you're watching other people's streams or playing, then the last time we saw Joshua, he was still wearing a cloak. Unless there was a flash of a cutscene that at a different point that I just missed or I'm not remembering.
What's wrong, Gav?
It's this gold your uncle gave us. Are you sure it's all right for us to take it?
My uncle isn't easily refused. especially where dispersing his wealth is concerned.
But 2,000 talents? I don't even know how much that is in Gil.
It's the price of a quayside mansion in the Crystalline Dominion. He sold one to fund our endeavor. He was hoping to part with it anyway, what with war brewing in the region. And luckily for him, a Sambraquan noble was willing to pay over the odds for a foothold in the Holy Emperor's neighborhood.
But still, 2,000 talents? I mean, is it normal for nobles to give away that kind of money?
It's normal for my uncle.
Fuck me. Oh, the other half live here?
Well, now that we've got a few gills to rub together, do you think it'd be all right if I splashed out on a few bottles of Lostwing's finest?
Here, leave some for the rest of us, Otto.
Rune, slow down a little
If
bit
he's
on
filling his
revealing
cellar,
information, please.
I'm filling our larder, starting with a barrel of the best salt-cured northern salmon.
I'll leave you to decide how best to use it. Just don't spend it all at once, all right?
So I said this to Crab earlier, but Rune, so that information isn't given to you until later side quests, as we found out from Crab. Please do not reveal anything that is not something we could have known at this point. As for Joshua wearing something else, he may have been wearing something else in that cutscene where we saw him traveling, but the last time I thought we saw him traveling in that cutscene where he's outside the Crystal Dominion,
my favorite
he was still in the cloak.
Allow
but
me
maybe
to
that- maybe
educate you. I have the
I may just
details
be
here.
misremembering. No. See, you're right. You're 100% right. He's got a different outfit on now. So yeah, ooh, I like that. What was the argument for that? Joshua's red mage, more, yeah. We'll definitely reevaluate on that one for sure. Yes, but Rune, you asking is implying that there's an answer. That's still giving away information, right? I think we've seen Joshua in another outfit, Elio, but it's some kind of short scene. Yeah. You guys were right. Well, conversation with the tequila was the last thing I saw. Yeah. You guys, you're totally right, Ray. With some lended language. What, you mean like in real life? Just knowing what a talent is? Like, do you mean how much a talent is in real life? Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, I know what a talent is.
The state of the realm is ever-changing, Clive.
Game doesn't kick Annabelle up the arse, I'm going to be very disappointed. That confrontation is a coming. She's going to get her comeuppance, there's just no question. It's just a question of how. Annabella's Sage Trip? There's something there for sure.
All right, Uncle.
I appreciate you guys for trying
ready
to
depart.
provide information or
Shall we?
context or things I worry
We
about. things I
shall.
might not. I do.
Come, let us away to adventure.
I just don't want to have to worry about looking at chat and accidentally getting spoiled on something. And not just like that specific thing, just like in general about, you know, someone saying something else. For context, we are about to go into Dhalmekian, so like that is where we are in the story. So if there's a side quest that revealed something, for instance, I'm assuming the quest you guys are talking about maybe is the one in Northreach that talks about talents, or maybe it's later on. Yeah. Here we go. Right, but why were you asking if I knew what a talent was?
I was a young man when last I walked this path. There's an old trading post not far from here. The road to Drake's Fang leads through it.
The trading post it is.
My point about the talent is that, like, the main reason, because if you knew already, I could talk to you about it, and if you didn't, I wasn't going to say anything. Right, but you played the quest, so Right, but my point is, you know where that information is in the game. Right? If you wind up doggo minion. Yeah, I definitely get a Torgal minion. Yes!
Our destination lies over that
Large
dune,
vast open fields.
beyond the ruins. Mark 'em well, Clive. All too easy to lose one's bearings in the sands.
Man, the amount that this looks just like Eastern Thanalin is crazy, or Southern Thanalin is crazy. Like, if you think about this as like Little Alamigo.
Many years ago, when you were just a boy, you and I rode this way together, accompanying your father on a scouting expedition to Drake's Bow. You let me come with you. I'm not surprised you don't remember. It was just before Joshua was born. You were so eager to be there when your brother arrived that you whipped your chocobo too hard on the journey home and fell from the saddle. I shall never forget how Elwyn fussed over you as you sat in the sand, bawling like a babe.
Do those hurt me if I touch them? Oh. Embarrassing. You know, it's interesting because, I mean, in one sense, yes, because the Dragoon, but I feel like, you know, and I guess the Knighthood and the Pristineness, but it is, like, it's definitely a ripple, right? Like, it's not just, like, a shark. But is there dune sailing? Or dune swimming?
Who do you think those soldiers were in the inn?
So, Lord Cook.
If I'm not mistaken, when they showed off the game's gameplay at some point, it's probably somewhere around over in here because there's you can see the that sort of cataract near the Dominion. Female goddess theocracy and having astrologers foretelling the future. No, that's a good point, Crape. That's many more reasons besides.
Ah, there she is. The good old Dhalmekian Inn. Do you know, this heat has given me quite a thirst. Quick drink before we press on?
Look, there. Those are ashen steeds. No doubt about it.
And such a long ride from Stonehair. Our Waluda friends must be soothing their saddle sores in the inn. Shall we join them? Run along and play now, Torgal. Dogs aren't allowed inside.
Body.
Good day to you. Eating?
Sorry about my pal. He only talks when his mouth's full. What do you recommend?
Well, if you're after something light, we do a fine chocobo soup with lentils and honey.
2 bowls of that, then. An ale.
Right you are.
Hey, girl!
Coming!
Your pal? Would you rather be my squire?
Oh. Oh, they're so close to each other. Yep. Joshua does have the new outfit. You guys were totally right.
Your Grace, it is plain you are not yet well enough to travel. If you would only let me take you to someone who can better attend to your ills.
No, we must press on. Prince Dion has returned to his camp and will soon depart for the front. I must speak with him at all costs. Miss this chance and I may never get another. You do understand that?
Yes, Your Grace. But you must at least agree to take your medicine. I'll fetch you some water.
You put a hat on that boy, and that's a bard right there. As that once I was served too many. Ooh. Too many? That doesn't sound pleasant, Rune. A lifetime of lentils in one sitting. Lordy. That's a lot of lentils. You're not wrong. Worst peas actually is a great way to describe them. I agree with that.
Keep watch, they tell us. But all I see is sand.
I hear they got our guest back to the Fang without any trouble. We'll be leaving soon enough.
Why the Lord Commander dragged us all this way just to save that blockhead skin, we'll never know. Dominant or not, he's a bloody idiot.
That'll be Cooker, then.
Well, let's get this down us. We've a long way to go.
Hey, you.
Uncle?
Sorry.
Can you walk, Your Grace?
What's wrong?
I fear trouble may be brewing downstairs.
Don't go out a window, don't go out a window, don't go out a window, don't go up upstairs. Come on, go downstairs. See your brother, please, for the love of God!
You two are travelers, are you not? Me and my companions are strangers here. Perhaps you'd be good enough to accompany us a while. Help us find our way.
Sorry, lads, but we've got business in camera that can't wait.
Ah, I'm sure you could spare us an hour or two.
Come on.
Friend.
Fucking disbelief on that guy's face.
I'm afraid we don't have a moment to lose. Friend.
This clean
Stay
for
back,
that.
Uncle.
Gladly.
The outlaw! Take him!
Try it.
Bravo, my boy! Just like that!
It's over.
Oh yeah. I know, Rune. That was intentional. Can please. I know priming. I understand that it cancels out of the kicking the guy down, but I'd rather hit both more than one person at once.
For your trouble.
I've been playing this game for over 20 hours.
Word of advice, miss. That soup could
I
do
paid
with a
attention to the
touch
fundamental
more salt.
mechanics. Some vibrant water.
Now's our chance. Your Grace?
I'm fine. Yeah.
I appreciate it, man. I'm used to a lot of vaccine gaming and having to. I appreciate it where you're coming from, and thank you. Oh, he senses probably since Joshua's nearby. Ah, the Phoenix. Yep.
Clive?
Didn't eat the carrots.
What is it now?
It's nothing. Let's go.
Yeah, it annoys me too, Raven. Just like, fucking let that story progress. Yeah, exactly, Rune. Exactly. Yeah, totally great. I mean, how they do it, Crepe, fantastic. Like the blocking in that scene is fantastic.
Where are you?
Well, we didn't know where to find Kupka before. We do now.
The Rawless said it themselves. Their guest is in the Fang.
Yeah, that's the solution to all
they've
their
closed the
ills.
road, and it's the only way from here to the Fang. It would seem Lord Kupka is not accepting visitors at present.
We have to get through that gate.
Not by force, I trust. we've attracted quite enough unwanted attention already.
By guile, then. Perhaps the Desert Hare can offer us her aid.
Rosina Dalamil, woman of mystery. But how will we find her? We know naught of her but her name.
And that she was working with Cid. Cid's other collaborators have all been people of means, the wealthiest and most successful members of their communities. I'll wager this Rosina Dalamil is the same.
That would certainly help to narrow the search. We need only inquire as to who is in charge of the town.
And that's exactly what I mean to do.
Looks like we won't be getting back to Drake's family anytime soon.
Mummy, I want to play with the crystal.
How many times do I have to tell you? It's not a toy.
Any secret chests? Oh. I love good characters. My brother would often give me his carrots for those TV dinners because he didn't like them. So I guess, wow. Yeah, I cook carrots in like a curry or a stew or something I'm good with, but just for by themselves, I cannot say that sounds appetizing. Lightning. Ooh!
An excellent choice.
That actually could potentially be pretty useful.
Here you are.
I was about to make a joke about them having desert roses for sale, and then of course they do.
Thank you for your custom.
Okay, that. Oh, sorry, that's Judgment Bolt, not Lightning Rod. Damn it. Wait. What the hell is Lightning Rod? Oh, Lightning Rod's that one.
Crystal delivery's over. Get back to your homes.
But I didn't get one.
Light it, for Gilbert's sake.
It's all the fault of this blasted war. The moment they find out you're from the Empire, they flat out refuse to do business with you.
I realize this is not exclusive to from software. I think that all I can think of is the patches squad when I see someone sitting like that.
What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?
I won't keep you long. I'm looking for someone. A woman by the name of Rosina Dalamil. Do you know her?
Never heard of her. Is that all?
One more question. If I wanted to find the richest trader in town, where would you recommend that I look?
Oh, that's easy. The Briar's Kiss. Won't find a finer smithy this side of the strait. The owner's only a young sprig.
Guys.
But he's got all the right ideas.
The Briar's Kiss, you say? Thank you.
The Dame.
I doubt this young
the Dame's outfit is the
is
dancer
the person
outfit.
we're looking for. You said Cid's contact was likely to be an influential sort. Influence comes with age and experience. Believe you me.
I mean, power to you. Power to you, Rune. I love the look of this place. I love the architecture. I love it. I don't know. I've never been hugely drawn to desert locations. Ironic that I love Ul'dah so much, then.
Anything I can help you with, travelers?
Allow me. My good man, we represent one of the oldest and greatest trading houses of Port Isolde. We're seeking to expand our business in the region and would very much like to make the acquaintance of Dalamil's leading entrepreneurs. If only we knew where to find them.
Well, we're best known for our baths, our markets, and our smithies. I suppose you could do worse than start your search at one of those.
Thank you. You've been most helpful. Oh, you wouldn't happen to know a lady by the name of Rosina Dalamil, would you?
No. I can't say I do.
Well, thank you all the same.
Light it, for Gilbert's sake.
Looks like we won't be getting back to
Is that a
Drake's
good
family
thing, Raven? For your mouth to be dry?
Mummy, I want to play with the crystal.
Can I help?
Even the salt makes me think of Alamigo.
Yes, I'm looking for a woman by the name of Rosina Dhalmekian. A long-standing pillar of your community, I believe, from old trading stock.
Then you should ask Ferda. He's been here for years. Knows the place and its people like the back of his hand. And he's in with all the old merchant families.
I'm not crazy, right? That's Fortunal's voice actor. He's shown up a couple times.
Thank you kindly.
Fortunal's voice actor. Oh, that voice is
Well, it sounds like we have our man.
Perhaps. Let's go and find out exactly what this Ferda knows.
Sweet incense.
Yeah, totally ruined.
Silver
No, I mean, he didn't,
platters,
like,
just
I love
like
it,
they eat off in Castle
I put it this way
Dazbor.
earlier. Yes, his station gave, like, his birth gave him, you know, a head start in life, but the reason that he's successful is not from, you know, nepotism or anything. It's from his own acumen.
Excuse me. Are you Ferda?
I am. Can I help you, travelers?
I hope so. You've lived here for some time, is that correct? Do you know Rosina Dhalmekian? We believe she may be a trader of some renown.
And what business do you have with the desert hare?
She was a close friend of mine. I was hoping she might be able to help me.
Very well. Go to the bordello. I'll arrange an introduction.
Do you think we can trust him?
Only as far as I think he trusts us.
So you're the ones who've been sniffing around.
I beg your pardon?
Don't play the fool. Stick your nose in our business and you're likely to lose it.
Wrong choice. Imagine various creams would say my throat. Thy throat. What, of Candyland? I think Raven was talking about the desert rather than Candyland. Sorry, I was grabbing a drink. Oh, I missed the typo.
Who are you working for?
Oh, dessert themed
Him or
areas.
her?
Him. The boss. He wanted us to test you.
Though one could hardly call that a test.
Lord Ferda?
Look what the cat dragged in.
Your skill with the blade is rare indeed, my lord. A fitting talent for an outlaw.
You know who I am. So what now? Call in the men of the Rock and collect the bounty?
That isn't my decision to make. Our work is done. Take him to meet his precious Rosina. She will be interested to make his acquaintance.
Yes, my lord. To the Lock of Leisure, then.
Yeah. Every time that happens with like Wade's men earlier on in Rosalith, well, not Rosalith, but the area around Rosalith. And yeah, every time I do that, I'm like, did I actually kill some pretty innocent dudes that were on our side? Whoops. Raven, I just noticed your typo. I only noticed it because Rune pointed it out too. But it was a funny typo. And a very you typo too, because you would love a dessert-themed land.
Made from the stoutest stoneware.
Needed to a silk softness, like eating a cloud with a crust.
Once you go flat.
The most fragrant herbs and
My carpets have...
Is this the place?
Lubor's Forge. The Briar's Kiss.
Ah, so it was the young sprig after all. So much for Rosina Dalamil being a woman of experience. How wrong I was.
It was an easy mistake to make, Uncle. After all, it must have been years since Sid last saw her. Sorry, him. Whoever this Lubor truly is, he's clearly a man of means. I'd say he deserves our respect.
See that he gets it.
Okay, I would pay money to see Art of
Lord
Climbing
Furder told me
Candyland.
to bring
That would
them
be
to
pretty
you.
funny. Raven, if you wanna do a drawing.
My boys tell me you're in need of assistance. Sid the Second.
God, they love giving titles. Said the outlaw, said
I
the
won't
vicious,
waste
said
your
the
time.
second.
I need passage through the south gate.
Tell me, what do you think is a merchant's most important commodity?
Information.
Why, trust. Everyone knows that. Without it, you have nothing. And nothing is exactly what you have. And so, for you, I, too, have nothing. I'm not in the business of helping every lost puppy that wanders in off the street. I'm a busy man, as you can see.
Let's leave this mummer to his farce.
By all means.
I'm going with that too, Rune.
Find someone else to help you on your way. Just be sure to tell them you're not the two travelers from the inn the guards are looking for. Don't want them jumping to conclusions, do we?
Why, you...
So, what do we need to do to earn your trust?
I like this one. Willing to do whatever it takes to get what he wants. Ha! Men like you have a special place in my heart. Why, you ask? Because they get me what I want. Always.
Fine. So what do you want?
Don't tell me you're going to listen to this swaggering scruff.
We might as well hear him out. It's only natural that an ally of Sid's would seek assurances of strangers. Assuming he is an ally, of course. 5 years ago, he would have still been a boy.
And yet even then I had more good sense than a man, 5 times my age? But enough of the pleasantries. We were speaking of what I want. I want you to put an end to the trouble in Dalamil. Return to me when you have done so, and you shall have my aid. Until then, I bid you good day.
What trouble? If you're going to give us orders, be clear about them, damn you!
Manners, Greybeard. One catches more
Byron.
damselflies with honey than with vinegar.
What did you call me?
My apologies. A word of advice in recompense. Follow the crystals. Oh, but that was 3. Oh, I'm making this too easy for you.
Ha! It will be easy. Solving his little riddle should be like dealing with him. Child's play. Let us divide our forces,
Yeah, I
Clive.
need to look up who
I'd rather
Byron's
not
voice
drag
actor
this
is.
parlor game on any longer than we need to.
All right. Good luck, Uncle. I thought we were the only ones causing trouble in Dhalmekian.
Oh, it's... Wait. That can't be. So originally it was Stephen Critchlow who was hired, who did Edmond. I wonder if when he passed away they swapped voice actors. Okay, so now it's Ewan Bailey. Yeah, I know Ewan Bailey. What do I know Ewan Bailey from? I wonder if they hired him to... They replaced him, or if he's just sound alike. I see him in... I watched something in it. Christmas Carol, Valkyrie Elysium, Good Life, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, The Sandman. Alright, I know this is, I'm sure this is incredibly engaging right now, but I'm just like, I have to know. He's done a lot of video games. Fable 2, various voices. Who, Alien. I wonder if he's done a lot of alien voices in Doctor Who, and that's why. I'd be fascinated to know that if his voice for this was a replacement or was if he only covered certain spots that after Critchlow's passing. Because it's possible they did the recording for this well in advance.
A deposit?
For what? Information, my good man.
Excuse me. Is it true there's been trouble with crystals of late?
You've heard, then?
I've heard rumors.
Damn thieves. Pilfering the crystals that were meant to fill our cups and light our stoves. Us common folk have hardly had a shard to share between us these last few moons. And it isn't as if we can buy them on the black market either. Whoever's taking them, they aren't sharing.
What would they be piling them up? I wonder if you can collectively use smaller crystals to act like a larger crystal, like the municipal crystals that we see somewhere elsewhere.
Do you have a moment?
Depends what for.
Just a question. Dhalmekian seems to be thriving compared to the other villages I came through on the way. Is there a reason for that?
Well, we're a stone's throw from Drake's Fang for one. The soldiers guarding the Mother Crystal and the shipments need a place to spend their hard-earned gil. The men of the Rock throw their money about like there's no tomorrow.
Is that so? Well, thank you. Don't let me keep you from your work any longer.
A word of advice, traveler. You see pots like this around town, you leave them alone. Unlike where you come from, fresh water's in short supply around these parts. We store what little rainwater we get in these pots for, well, not a rainy day, but you know what I mean.
The men of the Rock are Lord Cook's private guard. He must be a generous man. The amount they spend when they come and call me.
I do love that we see that Kuka is like not necessarily super powerful, but is making power plays at the very beginning of the game. So by the time we reach this point in time, he's basically in full control of the Republic.
What can I do for you, soldier?
Strong-arm them.
Need that sword polishing?
I'm not a soldier.
Ugh, then be off with you. I serve the men of the Rock and the men of the Rock only.
You have an agreement with them?
Don't be stupid. I just know which side my bread is buttered. Don't want to be stuck under some pauper when they come knocking. With pockets deeper than Zemeckis and an urge to empty them. No, just leave, will you? Before you scare them off.
I think I'm starting to get an idea of what's been going on. I wonder if Uncle Byron's learned anything of use. He'll probably be back at the inn by now.
My carpets have dried.
What was all that crashing and banging about before?
It's you, the one who broke all our furniture. What do you want? Haven't you caused enough trouble already?
I'm looking for my pal. Have you seen him?
The gentleman who was with you? Yes, he's upstairs, but...
See, the thing is I like going back through the world, and so for instance,
I'll
also,
go and fetch him.
If I'm off stream, like, cause like the internet's not working, one of the things I'll do is go back and explore places we've already been. So that way, so I appreciate it, but I'd rather like just be able to find stuff or miss stuff naturally.
Huh?
I'll definitely ask though if I'm worried about missing
Will
one.
this suffice as a deposit?
By the sands. That's a black pearl.
One of the
Here's a
many
tiny ship.
treasures in my collection that I would be only too happy to part with, should you give me reason to do so.
Yeah, totally.
All right. I'm sure that we can come to an agreement, but not here.
What are you doing, Uncle?
Here's like an example of something that I could have missed that would have been good. I don't know if it was you or Crape that pointed it out, but nearly missing that conversation with Gav, right? Like that was okay, because like as much as I wish that I would have just noticed that myself, you know, that's a permanently missable thing, I'm sure, once you've moved on past that point, and having that little combo with Gav about the talents is actually nice. But the difference with that being that it's permanently missable, not something I would have found by just exploring and I was already heading away from it, you know, like that kind of thing.
Care to explain why you're giving gifts to Kupka's men?
Bait, my boy. One cannot catch one's prey without it. And I do believe I've snagged us quite the quarry. I started by asking around the markets as to where I might purchase crystals. I had no luck, of course. It's forbidden to trade in such things. But my uncharacteristic indiscretion just happened to attract the attention of those uniformed ruffians. They took me aside and said they could procure the crystal I sought if I proved I could pay for it.
So the pearl was your proof?
I thought they'd asked for more. A second-rate specimen like that would only fetch 500,000 or so. A small price to pay for admittance to the underworld. But enough about my little act of subterfuge. What did you discover?
That the supply of crystals has dried up of late. And some people seem to think they're being stolen. Meanwhile, members of Kupka's private guard have been spending money all over town. I'll wager those soldiers you've been talking to have been siphoning off crystals meant for elsewhere, and pocketing the profits.
I'll wager you're right.
We'll meet with them then, just as you arranged, and put an end to the trouble Lubor spoke of.
Ha! That preening popinjay thought this would be difficult. It just goes to show, one should never underestimate a Rosfield. We'll soon wipe that smirk off his face.
I'm starting to think Clav's outfit should be the
soldiers in a
warrior outfit and the
secluded
Dark
corner
Knight
of the
outfit should be
Velcroy,
Odin's.
far from prying eyes.
The perfect place for a spot of double
I
dealing.
know, right? You
I
could
trust
buy
I can
most of
count
the
on your
orchestration
support
rules in the game with
If
that.
things turn sour.
Let me treat
Of course.
I'm pretty flat. I need a drink.
Genuine cactar needles imported from across the sea. Hey, more references to the other continents. Maybe, oh wait, if we haven't seen a cactar yet, maybe that's where we'll see the other cactars. Or we'll see the other, maybe that's why we haven't seen cactars, because they're from, on the other continents. Unless they mean from Waloed. Or like, not Waloed, but Ash.
Fucking math wrong.
This map seems like it's gonna be even bigger than Sembrek or Rose. Is there any quick way over there? No. We have to go back. Not Rosalith. Oh, Rosaria.
1,000 gil for a measly bunch of Gazal greaves.
We're on a delay, so when you say talk to that NPC, it's a second before that kicks in. So assume, okay, it's one back down there. It's not intense content, it's just languages.
This river runs all the way to the southern seas. They used to load the crystal onto barges and sail it to the villages downstream. Before the canyons were lost to beasts and bandits. When I was a girl, I would wave to the boatmen as they set off on their long journey, and they would throw me sweetmeats in return. Such happy times. This river runs all the way to the south.
It's all the fault of this blasted war. The moment they
Same as earlier.
Lights and pots!
Yes, it was also bait time. You look at the water.
Do you think they'll be back soon? I need a new direction.
See, if you're playing mind games like that, that I can respect. Because then it's you're just leading me in discreetly to do things without, you know, mentioning or referencing it. Like that's always good. Did I pass it over? Oh, I see. Okay, I see. That's how it works. Bridge back in there. I'm assuming it's because it's discreetly loading those zones as... It needs at least a little bit of time to load up, even with the SSD. Yeah, the fact that there haven't been like a ton of new enemies, even though we're now in a really different biome. I will say a DLC where we went to a different, like to one of the other continents would be awesome. I don't know how much they intend to do that though. How much they intend to just see this game as like, you know, it's its beginning, middle, and end. It is complete. There's nothing. I don't know how you would interweave going into the other continents unless you do it like post game. But depending on how they end this, I don't know how like reasonable that will be. Okay, they at least did a slight. I mean, I guess second one.
Enough.
I recall they said the game was complete and there's no plans for DLC. I'm pretty sure you're right, unless it's popular, which it seems that it is. Yeah, I definitely... It's popular enough to deserve it. I wouldn't, knowing Yoshi P, knowing the crew who worked on it, I'm not surprised that they saw it as we are making a thing that is not left with open-ended, that's not left open-ended or anything. It is the story, it has its beginning, middle, end in it, and it is good to go. But, that said, I would absolutely pay money for a DLC or a 16-2. And if they chose not to do it because they just felt like they told the story they wanted to, then I don't blame them. I'm proud of them to have a complete story. wonder how I would have felt if I had played this when I was, 12 or 13. Would I love it more?
I was beginning to think you weren't coming, my lord. You've brought your contribution?
All the silver and stones I could scrape together at such short notice?
You brought the whole 500 talents.
That was the price we agreed upon, yes? If you've no objections, I'd like to see the crystal.
Of course. Right this way, my lord.
I'm liking it that much, and also it's not so much just about wanting a sequel. It's also I want more of this combat.
Not bad at all. You weren't lying about the clarity. But what of security? If I were to be stopped on the road, what guarantee have I that it wouldn't be seized as property of the Republic?
Because these crystals are no longer the property of the Republic. You're not buying from us. You're buying from them.
And we have no more jurisdiction here than you, my lord. But we have ships, and will gladly deliver to a port of your choosing, now that our price has been met.
Royalists, eh? What brings you here?
Why, to collect their share of Drake's Fang's blessing, of course. Our nations are allies, and so they are entitled to a portion of the Mother Crystal's bounty. And being such good friends, we elected to increase that portion and share the benefits. And now that these crystals are officially property of the Kingdom of Waloed, we are duty-bound not to interfere, no matter where they might happen to end up next.
Did you get all that? They're in cahoots!
So it would seem.
My lord, what is the meaning of this?
Double-crossing dogs. They're not here to do business. Kill them. Kill them both!
Yeah, so Ray, to answer your question, it's that I really love this combat, and I want more bosses, I want more variety of enemies, and while I'm sure I will get some new enemies by the end of the game, there's been a lot of representation of like very simple enemies. And so more it's that I'd pay $60 for
Not over yet, Uncle.
I'd pay a full price game just to like for an extra continent and a bunch of new enemy types. That's like for like enemies. But like, no, I mean, look, maybe New Game Plus will give me what I want. Maybe I'll have all of what I want by the end of the game. It's not so much I want to see because it's just narrative. It's because I'm already enjoying the world enough and I would like to enjoy it. And luckily, I still have more of it. I still have Ash. I still have quite a few places. Yeah, I like 15 too, but I get to say for it. Yeah, I am one of the people who I have a lot of fundamental frustrations with 15, and it's failing. Part of it is it's failing to be a complete story in and of its own right. Say nothing, not even on the transmedia, but just like also the DLCs, like so many things need to make its story even slowly coalesce. There are so many things that are good about it. My frustration mostly comes from the way it changes itself. Or characters that just appear and disappear, or aren't explained, or... Like, 16 definitely is a response to a lot of recent trends, both in Square Enix, but also in, other games, like to have a story that is fully told in and of its own right. Although I say that, I'm still halfway through, so maybe it'll drop the ball by then. Yeah, well, they don't want to repeat 15 even a little. Sorry, I missed that one. Yeah, exactly, Rune. Or at the very least, I think to be even more precise, like the specific failings of 15. Because I think, again, like I said, 15 has its strengths for sure.
That wasn't too bad. How'd you like my performance, huh? I've often played the villain on the stage. I think I did the role justice. Don't you?
Greybeard, You were magnificent. The battle scene was particularly thrilling. Such a shame you didn't have more of an audience, but perhaps that's for the best.
How long have you been watching?
Long enough to witness your uncle's
That was just
sordid
me
transaction. I hardly expected one so venerable to degrade himself so thoroughly. Buying one's way into the confidence of degenerates. Ingenious.
This was the trouble you spoke of. The men of the Rock taking crystals meant for the common folk and conspiring with the royalists. Well, now it's over.
Indeed it is. The people of Dhalmekian had scarcely any means of redress against Kupka's men, let alone a foreign army. Until you two came along, that is. Well, we'd better get these crystals back to town. You won't mind waiting with them while I fetch a wagon.
Yeah, but like, I would play a version of 16. I paid $60 for a game that was nothing but just like 100 levels boss rush for 16. Sometimes later, because I just like it's combat.
It occurs to me that I still don't know your name.
Cheers, Rune. See you later.
So, Sid the Second is a Clive. I suppose it could have been worse. Well, Clive.
I know
V
didn't love Clive's name.
I must do the
So
same.
I feel like that's gonna hit her
Passage
pretty well.
through the South Gate, was it not? To tell the truth, you've helped a little there too. Many of the guards have already been redeployed to deal with the issue of their missing comrades. And those left behind have been encouraged to look the other way should you attempt to pass through.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ray Ray.
And please allow me to cover your costs. You still have the purse I gave to the soldiers, I trust? I saw you pluck it from one of the bodies.
Oh, dear. Was I really so obvious?
And my name is not Greybeard. It is Lord Byron Rosfield, thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Greybeard.
To be fair, it's not a very impressive name in the US either.
Here, wear this.
See, but I like the name. Like Trevor Belmont, I feel like it feels like a name. Clive Rossfield feels like
Any
a name.
friend of
Like, yeah,
mine
it's
who
not
sees
like
you with it shall be a
lightning,
friend of yours.
but it feels like a name. You know?
Lubo.
And please, feel free to send one of my Stoluses back to your people. Tell them that Rosina Dhalmekian is back in bed with Sid.
See, like, you know, like Bart's, isn't that, you know, Cecil?
Umia Lostelan.
It's only-
Tuisakilis.
Where has he cast that spell since his father died? Probably at least once.
I'm trusting you, Sid. Or should I say, Clive. So be sure not to let me down. I have a reputation to uphold. Well then, I wish you a safe journey south.
Thank you.
Not at all. It was my pleasure.
Come on, Uncle. Let's go.
Thanks for the boop, guys. Ooh, now we got side quests too. I'm feeling like continuing the MSQ. Okay, so do we just go? Yeah, we go to Southgate.
Is it true what I'm hearing?
My carpets have pride of place. The juiciest
Filios
seat
Hogs
breeze.
Watson. What's that from? That sounds familiar. That's not Pratchett, right?
Hanging lanterns! Ha! They've opened the gate!
Lubo was true to his word.
We should get going soon.
What do you want? Directions? Either take this road to the Fang.
Lovely fellow.
Ah, I'm not too late.
What is it, Lubo?
A question that I neglected to ask earlier. Where is it that you're bound?
To Drake's Fang. To finish Hugo Kupka.
Just as I thought. Then allow me to share a secret. Drake's Fang is currently riddled with royalists. Dhalmekian Walud are allies, and as you have seen, their soldiers work hand in glove. But no nation has ever before allowed a foreign army to make a barracks of its holiest of holies.
Not by choice, at least.
And there's more. A man on the inside of the Fang has failed to report for several days. I fear there may be more trouble lying in wait for you on the road ahead.
Isn't there always?
If you're determined to beard the lion's den, then promise me one thing. That you will enter via the mines, where the guard is lightest.
Wonder if we're going to see another Aether Flood.
I've lost one Cid already. If I lose another, people will start to think me careless.
I don't plan on dying. Not before Kupka does, anyway.
Well, so long as you have a plan.
I do silly names sometimes. Well, Ray, you have a distinctly British fantasy fiction novelist sensibilities for silly names, which I feel like you probably would take as a compliment.
Drake's Fang should be just beyond these springs. Shall we press on?
Bethany Spring.
Come on, girl. The gate's open now. We can press on.
I assume this is Salt and not Blight, right? Yeah.
I do. Trader, are you? Seeking your fortune down in the golden sands of Dhalmekian?
Liking the music. Do a super chat. Make Elro say real shit instead of voice because it makes Deadpool happy. Thinking of I should get the boy at some point. I'm kind of sad since I moved. He doesn't come upstairs that much. I have to go fetch him if I want to see him.
What is this place?
This is the spring which provides the water for the Dhalmekian Inn's famous healing baths. I wouldn't mind having a dip myself. If we didn't have more pressing matters to attend to, of course.
Tell divers to get out of here.
Stay down! Give me thunder!
How's the lasso going, Ray? My sense of humor may seem very British, but it's very influenced by Edward Gorey and Charles Adams. Sounds familiar, but I don't off the top of my head know. Edward. Heard of. I don't think I've read anything. And Charles Adams, American cartoonist. He did the Addams Family, right? Yeah, known as the Addams. Okay, yeah. Became known. Okay, yeah. Which definitely makes sense knowing you. Let's say like, Any recommendations for the writings of Edward Gorey to read? If I were to read one. Gashly Crumb Tinnies is one of my favorite works of literature. I will definitely read that one then. But yeah, it's sad to me there's no, like, you know, like salt elemental or something. Like, just the fact that the only enemies we fought in there were some birds. It feels, yeah. Feels a little lackluster in the creature department. The jaw. Doesn't even look like a crystal. Looks like mountain.
There it is. Drake's Fang.
Kupka will be hiding inside.
Along with goodness knows how many guards, all on highest alert. You'll need to keep your wits about you if you're to reach him. So be careful.
I will, Uncle.
Before you go, Clive, allow me to apologize. After what befell at Phoenix Gate and the crisis that followed in its wake, I fled. I retreated to my counting house and danced attendance upon the vicereine in the hope it would bring me favor. I betrayed my nation to save my skin, like the coward I am. And I'm sorry.
Uncle, please.
It's not too late, Clive. Rosaria is yours by right, and there are those that would help you to take it back. Had I the courage of my brother, I might already have done so. But that ship has sailed. You, however...
No. Forgive me, but I cannot. I fight to build a new world now. A better world. Where men can live and die on their own terms. I was raised in a nation that strove to improve the plight of bearers. Only later did I realize that spark of freedom did not arise by chance, but was kindled by my father. You would see me follow in his footsteps. And that is exactly what I mean to do. Not by ruling Rosaria, but by extending his ideals to the whole of the twins. Though every soul in the realm may judge my actions heresy, I am certain my cause is just.
You really are just like him, you know? Thank you, Clive, for coming back to me. I am proud to call you nephew. Well then, this is where we must part ways. Wish me luck in convincing my Canvarian friend to share his considerable talents. I mean to plunder his coffers and prove myself worthy of a place in your merry band.
Free cities of Canberra. Federation of neighboring independent city-states located in the southeast of Dhalmekian Republic. While originally part of Dhalmekia, the cities achieved their independence in the year 557, hoping to step away from the Republic's internal struggles and focus instead on commerce, upon which their prosperity has been built. Political power currently resides within a council of guild masters, prominent Canvarian traders and craftspeople. The lack of a dominant, or mother crystal, to covet, along with considerable financial resources, Allow Camver to retain both its independence and neutrality in the face of considerable turmoil elsewhere. As such, it lacks a standing army in defense of its walls, having been relegated to a small yet well-trained city guard.
Till then, my boy.
Till then, go safely, Uncle.
And you, nephew. We have much to catch up on, you and I. I shall expect you to regale me with the tales of all your adventures when next we meet. You can regale me too, Torgal.
That's how you know Byron's a good man.
I'm coming for you, Kupka.
I feel like my two criticisms of this game so far are enemy variety, and I want Torgal to be more of a character. Ooh, do we go straight into the fight? Do side quest. Let's go straight into the fight. Unlike the other mother crystals of Valisthea, that tower above the realm, Drake's Fang lies buried deep within a hollow crag scholars call a geo. Interesting. So, is this not the crystal itself? Is this surrounding area? The crystal is within this formation. Oh, that's so pretty.
Fuck! Why do they start?
Right, because we stole his power.
Got a rat done to me.
So he doesn't have access to I also love how much they were like, okay, we're gonna do it in Game of Thrones, so let's double Jaime Lannister it.
Out of my sight, witch! I'll kill you, Rossfield! I'll rip out your heart! I'll tear you limb from limb!
Peace, Hugo. The table shan't hurt you any longer.
He sought to humiliate me. Me! If you hadn't interfered, he would be dead!
You truly believe you would have triumphed had the battle continued?
Titan would have ground him into dust!
And how would he have done that without his head?
Shut up!
You weren't strong enough, and you
Elegant.
call yourself a dominant. Or rather, you did.
You mock me, Harbert.
Harbor.
Do you see, Hugo? You are weak.
Fuck!
But so long as that fire burns within you, there is still hope. There may yet be a way for you to take your revenge.
Tell me, what must I do? Please, I'll do anything. Just tell me.
The heart.
What of it?
A mother crystal's heart is the most concentrated source of ether in all creation. Perhaps you could take advantage of that. Of course, the crystal would not yield her blessing to any ordinary man. But then, you are no ordinary man, are you, Hugo? Clive Rossfield stole your power, but others have suffered a similar fate, and still managed to find the strength to conjure their icon.
I mean, we know about Benedicta, but why does it seem to be implying that beyond her?
Benedicta Harmon.
Okay.
She too drank of the ether and gained a power beyond human understanding.
She did.
your love. I'll avenge you.
Run along now, Hugo. You need only follow the light.
Lord Commander of Kingdom of Waloed's armies, Harbord is known to many as the Constant Knight by reason of unchangingly icy demeanor, as unwavering loyalty to his liege. Indeed, it appears to command Barnabas's complete trust, having been gifted full command of the Royal Order of Knights despite his apparent youth. The capacity in which he evacuate Kupa from Olith's castle, however, remains a mystery. You Leviathan?
Muthos is here. Very well, it shall be so.
Why do you?
You may leave everything to me, Your Majesty.
Okay, the Fallens. Is he referring to Barnabas? Or to Ultima? If he knows about Mythos. Almost certainly, Ray. That or Barnabas. It was Waloed. Is that an orc? We haven't seen one yet. Called it.
Did the Royalists bring them from Ash?
Interesting, so they're native to Ash. Into the darkness.
Are the Beastmen part of the Waluda army now? How the hell did that happen? They spotted us.
Fire attack!
You're not wrong, Tracy.
To me!
So much for the men of the Rock. Dhalmekian's finest.
chest around here somewhere. I don't know if it's just because there's a limited amount that you can make with structures like that look, but boy, do some of these levels remind me of like Sastash's Capital Mines layouts.
Give me thunder! Be a judgment bolt up one of those, goddammit. That door.
Stairs.
Why do I get the sense that there's
this
a trap?
must be the way out.
Barrel? Oh.
I won't be sneaking past this one. How did it get in here? Too slow.
Too early.
Thanks, boy.
I wonder if what we were talking about with the precision dodge is that like little extra like slowdown. That is anything? Nope. Mad I didn't nail down his timing. Like he does like that magic cast, which is easy enough to dodge, but in the time, like the delay on his staff attack, I didn't get down.
By the flames. Come on, Torgal.
Look, I think it's fucking gorgeous, and that's a huge cavern. Far be it for me to say anything, but this is the like third mother crystal you've now seen live.
Kuka never did do things by halves. As if taking the mother crystal for his own wasn't enough. He had to build his castle in it.
Oh, I see, because it has this structure as well. I see. I follow.
Let the trial begin.
Or is he just gonna shoot Kuka right to me? No, he's gonna
What the hell?
With me, Torgal. I've faced enough in it. Oh, fucking cancel. Undertaker vanquished. Thunderstorm? Why can it not be lightning bolt? Or sorry, not lightning bolt. Judgment bolt.
Seems we're expected.
So this is the power of Muthos.
Did the orcs do this too?
No, I think this was good. Yeah.
More of them. What the hell is going on? Are these things here for me? Or for him?
Some opponents will use the ability Bravery to invigorate nearby allies, enhancing the performance of battle. Look for the attack up icon. That's interesting. We seem like the like protecting the attack up and stuff, but we actually don't see that many enemies, especially not in the open.
First orcs, now these nightmares. Is this your doing, Ultima?
Dude, there was a post on the Reddit, like, in March, and I remember, like, called a bunch of things out. These were things, like, one of the things says the main enemy was going to be Ultima. Now I'm wondering if that post was actually right about everything was actually I'm glad I don't remember the other thing he said.
You've been busy, Kupka. But where did you go? The heart. He's in the sanctuary. I can feel it. Come on, Toggle. Just what I needed.
To me, boy. Help me, boy. Unhurt Torgal. To me, boy.
That had better be the last of them.
Benedicta, my everything. I've missed you so much. Kuka! I swear to you, my love, we will never be parted again.
What's wrong with him?
You got away from her! Benedicta! I'll kill you, Roscoe!
Oh shit, he's priming. No, not now.
It's always in the when other icons are around. Phoenix, Ruda. Technically, when Ramu showed up for Drake's head.
Come on. Find him. You've done this before.
You can do it again. Let the flames burn within you.
But not when Shiva was around.
Let them burn without.
Come to me, Ifrit!
But if you can do it, then so could I!
Archons creating a violent explosion of archer armor to increase explosion 7 strength. I press X to cancel the charge without triggering explosion. For example, multiple damage will charge and stops every attack.
Let's give this a try. Not bad.
Okay, phase 2. About to have a dominant go at Kashyyyk.
What the hell has he done?
Soken, you're a bad lad. I want to remind you that Ifrit himself is the size of buildings.
I've got you now. Oh, come on, I dodged it.
You're mine.
Why am I getting flashbacks to Dead Space? Wait. Yeah. Ah!
Heads up, Hugo.
Oh, shit.
Your time is past. And this game is over.
Holy shit. Jesus. You're kidding me. How deep under God does this go? Did I use a heal that entire time? Earth and Fury. Oh, hey, wait, that's the same as Dynamis Clusters. That's the same icon as Dynamis Clusters from 14. Semi-priming. Semi-priming requires the channeling corporeal manifestation of aether contained within Dominant's body in Hugo Kupka's case. This produces crystalline formations that act as reservoirs to be drawn upon, providing the energy needed to maintain the priming, as well as to cast magics and effectively wield iconic abilities. However, such appendages may be forcibly separated from an injured semi-primed Dominant, preventing the reabsorption of the aether contained within. Channeling corporeal manifestation. Interesting. So it is aether from within the body. Woo! Oh, hey, Infinite Bramble! Good to see you. Glad to have you. Gotta go fast. He said to me before the release, this game has Ifrit running like Sonic while swearing. I would have bought a PS5. It's like E4S, but even bigger. Now where I fight Ifrit in 14, I'm gonna be just thinking of it swearing and running like Sonic. Titan exception. He's like a Russian doll. This is epic. This fight is absolutely wild. Yeah, that was wild. Feels like MGR or Bayonetta boss. Yep. Music's great. Really vibing with the chorus. 100%. Music is amazing. Noogie Death. Okay, are you sure, Platinum Game? You didn't secretly place your seat on this one? Well, it is the lead creator, lead combat designer for Devil May Cry 5. And if you play Devil May Cry 5, you know. Wow, that was a roller coaster of a fight, guys. That was wild. It's not quite over yet. Well, the fight. Wait, how did we get into the sky? Were we falling? I'm so confused. Are we falling through the crystal? Every time we kill one of those, it sounds like screaming.
Is that you, Ultima? What do you want?
Your soul is tainted with worthless human will, yet your thirst for power remains undiminished. With every sip you take, you grow in strength, and soon you shall achieve perfection.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will accept us, Mythos. It is inevitable. You were created for this purpose, and you shall serve it.
Never!
Fight it, Clive! Don't let him in!
Consciousness. We see now. Human will is so insubstantial it cannot exist in isolation. You mitigate its weakness by interweaving it with your consciousness. We believed we had merely to purge you of your will to claim our vessel. It appears we first have to sever every thread of the consciousness that supports it. No matter. The time to build a new world is not yet upon us. We will contemplate.
Yep, that made full sense. Just say, good to see, glad to have you. So is he...
Joshua.
Has he separated himself from Joshua when we see him in that guise, or is he...
One
distinct
can
in
no
Joshua's
more
physical
command the power of ether by drowning in its flood than one can constrain the tides by standing in the sea.
Dude, this motherfucker's Leviathan.
I had thought Hugo wiser than this, but it seems his head was full of rocks after all.
Titan was strong.
Your Majesty.
Marcus.
But Mythos is stronger. For 5 years, that man lived only for revenge. Clinging fast to a fiction, even as it swept him into the abyss. One cannot change one's nature through force of will alone. Only the Almighty can do that.
Hugo Kupka, the man who gave his life for a woman's head. A fool like all the rest.
The death of a mother crystal should be so beautiful.
From stone to sand. Holy Order of the Knights Dragoon, north of the Isles of Ark.
Some medicine, my lord?
Man, she just gets around.
I have salves, potions, anything you need.
Stop bothering me, urchin, or you'll feel the back of my hand.
You must consider your health, my prince. If a show of force is needed to keep the Dhalmekians at bay, you may trust in your dragoons. I beg you to call on Bahamut only as a last resort. His strength comes at too great a cost.
The Empire agreed to an armistice with the Republic, and yet the Emperor still plots its ruin. For now, the Dhalmekians suspect nothing, and as long as I can hold their gaze, war need not be inevitable. But more than that, Bahamut is the champion of the Empire. When our people look to the heavens, the sight of him gives them hope.
Look, I'm not gonna say that I was waiting for that to happen, but I got the vibes.
Forgive me, Terence. Would that you were my master. But alas.
I will always be your loyal servant.
Knights of the Flower vibes, as it were. Yeah. Right, infinite.
Should the Council's brazen maneuvering prompt the Republic to tear up their own treaty and launch a new assault, our soldiers would advance to meet them, cutting across the Central Isles, but not in time to prevent their forces from breaching the southern defenses and storming Twinside. And so the capital would become a battlefield. Thousands of innocents would die. I cannot allow that to happen.
There There is one small mercy, at least. You will not be forced to do battle with Titan.
Would that I could avoid doing battle at all.
1,000 pardons, Your Highness.
What is it?
Olivier has been made emperor.
Yeah, shocking no one.
What is the meaning of this? My father's orders. What were they? Quickly!
Yes, Your Highness. His Radiance requests that Your Highness maintain position here and...
Ah!
I doubt it's even that he wanted the power, but it's more about the ploy of it all.
Terence.
Yes, my prince.
I must go to the palace.
I'll ready your steed.
What is it now?
Forgive the intrusion, Your Highness.
I know you.
At ease.
We stand in the presence of the Phoenix. You wouldn't want to get your fingers burned.
I hope I'm not interrupting.
Not at all. Though I admit, I did not expect such a distinguished guest.
How many years has it been since the Remembrance ceremony? 20?
I thought you long dead. Do I address a ghost?
Many have told me that I look like one. But no. I'm alive. Just. Prince Dion of the House Lesage, I have a tale to tell you.
Why, Joshua, can you not tell your brother before you tell all of the other people in the vicinity of this conflict? Okay. So, breaks talon, breath, eye, head, talon are gone. All that's left is tail and spine in Waloed and the Dominion. Currently, Sabrek has control of the Dominion and Rosaria. The Republic, we'll see how long, and has control of the Dominion. Waloed is in control of all of this, basically. And the Iron Kingdom, frick if I know what they're up to at this point. But let's get back to the Hideaway. I don't know if he looks like Prince Charming from Shrek 2. I was a little bit more like, but definitely like that archetype of like the Prince of Flowers from, Game of Thrones, or that archetype. Although he seems to be sincere and charming rather than... Also, he's slightly more effeminate. Charming is like a very masculine with an effeminate layer over him instead of like a slightly effeminate man. Like, he's not, Live solving huge political problems like leaving some factions without an incredibly powerful weapon while following personal goals feels very Final Fantasy to me. Yeah, definitely infinite. Oh, here, ooh, you got a thunderstorm, Kiko? It's still storming here.
Always welcome home, Sid.
It's storming. I'm gonna say, if we do not get in an airship at some point, I will be sad. And I just cannot imagine this game does not have an airship at some point. I mean, literally, we're spending all our time in the ruins of airships.
What became of Kupka? Why haven't we heard anything?
I just realized I don't think I used any of my power-up items.
Well, don't just stand there gawping. Come again.
I guess since most of it was an iconic battle, I didn't really need it.
Way.
The state of our coffers.
That's why I didn't know how to feel about my brother's statement. Like, my brother dared call Americ ugly. I don't know why you would say ugly. Not for me, I get, but ugly, that's a stretch by anyone's perspective.
And how may I assist you today?
Wait, that's not always true, Infinite. I mean, there's plenty of times the airship shows up early on in like 3 and even, you know, in earlier parts of 4, but you're not wrong. You're not wrong. If we, I'm just waiting for us to get an airship that takes us to Metia or something like that. I wonder if because like, I remember them saying that there was, what, I think 5 world, like, stages in the world, right? And so far we have 1, 2, 3. And I don't think this is 4. It's way too small. But then again, why wouldn't they cut it out if it wasn't? I don't know what's up with that area. So this is 4, you know, for sure. And then the blighted areas probably aren't because they're not gameplay. I mean, I guess you could go below ground, and there might be the 5th underground, but hey, maybe there's also one up in the stars.
Ah, my favorite pupil. Here you are.
Yep, everything's how we do. This is Canver. Yeah, Canver's there.
Thus ends today's lesson. And how may I assist you
I just want to see if we
today?
know anything else about Ultima.
Here's the latest information I have.
An otherworldly being that Clive encountered in the inner sanctum of Drake's head. He addressed Clive as Mythos before attempting to merge their consciousness. No. Nothing new.
Very good.
Oof. Well, may your storm be a pleasant one rather than a nightmare. What we got on the hunt board? Hey! That's a slew of them. Hell yeah. Dhalmekia, unknown. Dhalmekia. Okay, the nice part about this means that we will be able to justify going explore Dhalmek. The urgent notice of all Cursebreakers due to the discovery of the fallen giant in Eorzean ruins we have lately been investigating all works in the region is to be halted with immediate effect, and all members are to proceed no further than the village gate, lest the echoes should be awakened by our presence. No further action may be taken without the status of Cursebreakers. All Cursebreakers due to the discovery of a fallen giant in the Eorzean ruins. What Eorzean ruin? I mean, are we talking about Phoenix Gate? We have lately been, oh, it's an S rank. Lately been investigating all work in the region is no further than the village gate. Think on it. Okay. There's a couple possibilities. So it's Rosaria, so we know it's here. Well, oh, I just realized Rosaria is a section of its own. Yeah, so, okay. Oops. Okay, so there's only a couple options for villages. And it has to be near ruins as well. So there's Amber. We know that there's some ruins up in here in Lost Plume. We think about gates. The docks could be, you know, there are gates there, but there's not a lot there. No one can go past the gates, the Rose Gate. Originally got a lot of experience with being stuck in storms, like camping in the middle of a hurricane. Holy moly, that sounds like a time and a half. You know, the other possibilities, we know that there's this area in Cydia that I explored earlier. There's not a gate here, really. And there's the East Pool. And East Pool kind of has gates. It has, especially in like the dim in this area. And then there's also this little outcropping here, as well as...
How are you doing?
Oh, you just let me know that.
Quick look.
You let me know that there are other quests.
Think you can help?
And then there's no quest in the hideaway, but I might get some by... let's continue things for now.
Clive, you're back.
I am. And with glad tidings for once. Hugo Kupka is no more.
Well, I'll be. All of our comrades who lost their lives back at Sid's place be smiling down at you right now.
We had a stolus from Lubor saying Drake's Fang had fallen. I expect that was your doing as well, was it?
It's a long story.
One for the history books, I'll bet.
Welcome home, Clive.
It's good to be back. You look better.
I feel it. Which means I'm coming on your next little adventure. You're not leaving me behind again.
Wouldn't dream of it. Otto, any word on the Royalist movements since I've been away?
Shouldn't you be putting your feet up? If you really want to know, go and have a word with Vivian.
Thank you. I will.
Oh, nice. You mean if Curl opens up, Raven? Oh, that's super cool. Also, remember, she could always get started, and then there's server transfers later. I guess that may cost a little money, though.
Ah, the conquering hero returns. And with hardly a scratch on him.
I may have picked up one or two.
Well, the fact that you came straight to me instead of visiting our resident Physica suggests that you picked up something more important. A scent. The scent of Waludas.
The very same. But whatever plans Kupka was hatching with the Royalists, he took them to his grave. As did his men. Slaughtered by the orcs who'd taken over the Fang. Orcs, Vivian. I've never seen such creatures in Storm before. The Waludas must have ferried them over from Ash, but why? Why work to rescue Kupka only to invade his home, the mother crystal of an allied nation, and let both fall? It makes no sense.
Do you know the tale of the stray by focusing too closely on individual details? One must instead see the bigger picture. And what bigger picture is there than my map? The Kingdom of Waloed claims dominion over all of Ash. It is a nation forged by the bloody conquest of Barnabas Tharm, the dominant of Odin. The Canvarian War of Independence in 849. The Battle of the Twin Realms in 865. The Battle of Belinus Tor in 873. Wheresoever his armies fought, Odin was found where the fighting was fiercest. But of late, the warrior king appears to have laid his sword to rest. Battle rages for control of the crystalline dominion. Yet Tharm sends not a single ship in support of his Dhalmekian allies. Meanwhile, the Blight ravages great swathes of Ash. Yet warlike Waloed shows not the faintest interest in laying claim to untouched lands. So why go to the trouble of sending an army of orcs into the heart of Drake's Fang, only to make no attempt to claim the Mother Crystal for Waloed? It can hardly be for lack of men. Tharm's armies rival any in the Twins. No. We have not seen the last of the Waluda standard. Odin will ride again. It is but a question of when. And on that day, who will be trampled underfoot?
Claire, good to see you, glad to have you.
In summary, I know not to what end the Royalists betrayed Kupka. I know only that it is part of some broader scheme. A scheme tied to the ambitions of one man.
King Barnabas.
But there is no need to wallow in confusion. If one is to cure a sickness, one must first identify the symptoms. And your Lord Uncle has volunteered to do just that by keeping an eye on the Royalists' movements.
He's really throwing himself into this.
Indeed he is. Which means all that remains for us to do is await his reports. Well, not quite all in your case. The people of the Hideaway must hear the news. Justice has been done. Hugo Kupka is dead. The wounds he left that night are still raw, especially for those who lived with Sid the longest. Tell them that those wounds might finally begin to heal. Consider it the price of today's instruction.
I've never known you to be sentimental.
What can I say? I am only human. And we are, all of us, sentimental animals at heart.
I suppose we are. Very well. I'll go and spread the word.
Torgal mount? Yeah. Well, we never really ride Torgal, but yeah, I suppose that would definitely work.
Here for another of my lectures.
Kupka and the Fang were the bedrock upon which the Republic stood. Now both have crumbled. Dhalmekia's descent into
what of
chaos
its
is all but
parliament?
assured. You ask, will the ministers not take it upon themselves to pick up the pieces of their crumbling nation? I doubt it. They have little love for
Which
the people,
leaves but
only
one
their
man.
own preservation. Standing between Dhalmekia and disaster, former Field Marshal Eugene Havel, like Havel the Rock? If any is to pick up the baton of command, it surely will be he. But as the bitter tides of ire and avarice rise around him, how long will he be able to keep his head above water?
Hippocrates, Blackthorn, Karen. For veterans such as these, Sid's Hideaway was a sacred refuge. Kupka took something from them. And now you have avenged that loss. They should be the first to hear the happy news. Ah, my favorite pupil. Here you are. Very good. Here for
Wait, what
another
was
of
that?
my lectures. Study it well, Clive.
I am curious to see what this is. Oh, that's just the symbol for the boilings. Okay, that is. I was right. This is the Strait of Altha.
Very good.
DFFOO? City of Final Fantasy Online? No, that can't be it. Opera Omnia? Well, the City of Final Fantasy Opera Omnia, is that what the one of the mobile game? Is that
The
what it,
nobleman who visited.
it's only a matter of time.
Ah, Clive. Have you come seeking the gift of knowledge?
No.
Watch Hippocrates show up in
Mine,
that.
actually. Hugo Kupka is dead.
Oh my. Can it really be true?
Look, he's crying. He is. Big baby.
And with good reason, children. These are tears of joy. We must offer up a prayer to your parents that the heavens might weep with us. There shall be no lessons today, only thanksgiving and merrymaking. Go, put away your things.
All right. Brilliant.
Finally, a new dawn.
One has red,
broken.
one has green. I wonder if that's supposed to be a subtle nod towards.
Thank you, Clive. I cannot
Holland
wait
form.
to share the good news.
Hippocrates. After Kupka fell, Ultima came to me. I need to know what he is. Have you learned anything?
Alas, no. And not for want of trying. I have scoured nigh every historical tome in our collection and found nothing. Not even the sort of conspicuous absence that might suggest a concealment of fact. One is almost tempted to conclude that such a creature never existed.
But I saw him. With my own eyes.
I don't doubt that you did. Alas, it seems you are the only one who has. To others, he reveals naught. We see only that which he leaves in his wake, like some terrible force of nature beyond the ken of mortal man.
A bringer of death.
Whether the Ultima you met with was the being itself, or merely another projection of its power, I know not. But until I do, my investigations shall continue.
Thank you. It means a lot.
Could it be a projection from Metia?
Is there something I might assist you with, Clive? I have said it many times.
Hugo Kupka was a murderer, but he was also a thief who robbed us of our happiness, of our hope. And though I know it is wrong to revel in the death of another, we can take solace in the fact that he will never steal any.
His story is ended.
Thank you, Clive.
Were you aware
that many cities, bearers are forbidden from having children? It is believed that the aether used to bring a child into the world hastens the crystal's curse, lessening the mother's productivity. Such is the world we live in. Fortunately, Tet and Crow's parents were able to escape that world.
But what of the
Only
twins
for a few
themselves?
summers. Born in the hideaway, one touched by magic, the other spared its burden. Their minds are blissfully untainted by the poisonous rhetoric of priests and politicians. They will grow up knowing there is no difference between man and bearer. They will pass the truth onto their own children, and they to theirs. So the world we live in now is but a footnote.
Yes, change will come.
And through a magic which requires no crystal to conjure, one that will endure long after the last mother crystal fallen.
I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before. If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
Okay, so there's still... So this is where the dominants go, which means that the only dominant missing is 1, 2, 3. So there should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So presumably this is the one of water. And if I'm right, that should be Leviathan. The question is... Seemingly drawn to the destruction of the heart of Drake's head, Ultima emerged from a Terran reality wearing the skin of Typhon, a withered and wizened colossus, and drew Clive into a space between worlds, wherein the ethereal entity might test his worth as a vessel. Is it a prior incarnation, a prior icon that he possessed? And why are there two more? Probably one for Ultima itself, but something beyond that as well. Griffin. Jesus, there's only 3 types of enemies other than like in here that I haven't witnessed yet. Oh. Brand removal, we already read about that. Airships. Legend has it that the people of the Fallen once sailed through the skies in the bellies of these ships. Though all now lie shattered and silent on the surface below, the men and women of present day are wont to repurpose these ruins for their own use. Both the village of Lostwing and Clive's hideaway in Ben Muir are being built around the wreckage of a fallen airship. A rare breed of wolf from the frozen northern territories that is said to be able to conjure magics. An ancient fable from the region prominently features a frost wolf by the name of Fenrir, who is a companion to the Queen of the Snows, most likely an allusion to the dominant of Shiva, and defended her not with tooth and claw, but with bolts of ice. The Einhar, the flagship of the Waluder Navy, also known as the Black Galleon, alongside the Royal Cavalry, is the pride of Walud and is capable of swiftly delivering elite troops onto enemy soil to make war in the name of the mighty Odin. And I'm assuming we'll see that. The Wyvern's Tail, an elegant white flower that is the symbol of the Holy Empire Sembrek. Yeah, we already read those. Seven high houses. The highest noble house is the Old Rosaria, of which House Rossfield is the first and foremost. They have their roots in the ruling dynasties of the small independent nations that were united upon the founding of the duchy. The houses had a prominent voice in ducal politics, but this was silenced when the region fell to the Empire and Empress Annabelle took Rosaria's reigns. The Apothecary, a place of worship located in the depths of Phoenix Gate, an ancient stronghold on the northwestern border of the former Duchy of Rosaria. Large mural dominates the sacred chamber where the rite of ancestral communion, a ceremony carried out by the duchy's dominant prior to the marching into battle, once performed. I wonder if Joshua did perform in that, and that's why he can bear witness to those in the past, or why he has any knowledge of what's going on. Good night, Tracy. Like, if any information on Leviathan or even an icon of water whatsoever is making me think that they're either holding it for something special or will just appear from nowhere while you are on a ship. I'm thinking it's going to show up at some point in the story, for sure. The question is just when. You know, is it what's his face who's working for, or is it going to just show up out of nowhere? Or like how Sid was from somewhere beyond the twins. Could it be that Leviathan itself is also from a different place? But yeah, it could show up just while we're on the seas.
Well, someone looks pleased with himself. It's true what I'm hearing, then.
Nothing escapes you, Lady Karen. It's true. Kupka is dead.
No more looking over our shoulders, then. Good. I'm starting to get a crick in my neck. Don't let it go to your head, though. Is it business or pleasure? It'd better all be here.
Oh, it can buy infinite meteorite now? I'm so confused by the economy in this game.
Come again.
Like from a player standpoint.
Well, don't just stand there gawping. It's a relief.
Feels like we can breathe again.
Thank you,
No more living in
Clive.
fear. I know I don't say it often, but I mean it. Oh, and best of luck too. For many here, every other worldly woe paled in comparison to the threat of Hugo Kubka. Now he's gone. We'll finally have time to devote to everyday gripes and grumbles. And as the captain of this little ship, I'm sure you'll be on the receiving end of more than a few.
Nice to have a bit of good news for once. I don't say it often.
Welcome home, Clive. I was hoping you'd be back soon.
I now know what Oblivion feels.
Blackthorn, do you have a moment?
What is it? I'm busy.
I wanted to tell you that Hugo Kupka is dead.
I can't tell you how long I've been waiting to hear those words. This is it then. A new beginning under a new Sid.
I'll try to live up to the name. Right. Let's see if Otto has anything
Is
else.
your nickname Karen Infinite? Or did someone say Infinite?
Back, are ya? What do you want? Not bad, if I do say so myself.
What do I need to do to make a diamond? Okay, so a diamond sword 2 would be... The most powerful thing I can make right now is a diamond sword 2. What do I need to make a diamond sword 1? I need... That's a diamond sword plus 1. Okay, but I can't make it. White worm bone. I don't know where I get that. Enhancer would be stronger as well. Meteorite, bone necklace. Okay, that's actually not that hard. Earth and Fury. Let's just make sure I don't get rid of anything that I need. Imperial Link, Bloody Hide, White Worm Bone. Diamond Sword plus 1. White Worm Bone, Imperial Link, Diamond Fury, Bloody Hide. Okay, so White Worm Bone's the only. Okay, yeah, so I can get rid of it. I can make the.
No scratches, right? Not my best work, but it'll do.
Yeah, what I got's good enough. Diamond armlets would be a pretty deep jump up. What do I need to make diamond armlets? Right, more white worm bone. Okay. I'm gonna have to get in some white worm.
That it? Fine.
He cracked the crystal too.
Why don't we go to Dhalmekian, do some of that stuff over there and some of those hunts, shall we?
I'm telling you, it's true. I heard it from Otto's own lips.
Okay, let's read some. We can take some pictures of the different hunts. Honestly, they should have just like let you accept them and then just be able to check them at will. Like 14 does let you do that. 12 lets you do that if I remember rightly. It's strange that they don't let you do it in here. Velcroy Desert, Empty Hovel, Cattle Cry, the Jaw. Oh, I remember where the Jaw is. That should be easy enough. Black Bolt. Okay. Oh, and 2 C's. Okay, so Empty Hovel. Small swarm of fish has made its nest near an abandoned village in the fields of Korava. Korava, Hattery, Velcro. Although I probably should do this conversation first, so that in case there's any new quests that unlock.
You barely sat down since you came home. Vivian got you running errands or something?
Just spreading the word.
So, the professor's got a soft side, has she? I'd never have guessed.
No. She was right, though. Everyone was glad to hear the news.
Ah, but you ain't told everyone. I can think of plenty of friends back at the old hideaway who'd sleep more peacefully for knowing. Not least of all Sid. You should tell him.
You're right. I should. And I will.
Well, when you do, be sure to take Mid with you. She's been going at it hammer and tongs down in that workshop of hers, trying to do her father proud. I can't remember the last time she visited the old sod's grave.
Very well. I'll suggest it.
What's fastest way? Fastest way is around here. Oh, see, I just saw that thing. Oh, and I also did the Search the Dragon area thing I gotta do. Ooh, the Dragon area might give me some worm bones. I need those.
I think Mid might need some help tidying up that.
Okay, let's see what Mr. Suspicion has to say.
Catch your death sleeping out here.
I hear you've been busy making friends, Sid. Your predecessor had the same idea. Why, he even extended the hand of friendship to me. Not once, but twice.
That's not suspect whatsoever.
Come up with something soon.
All right, Clive? What do you want?
I'm going to visit Sid, and I thought you might like to come with me.
Sorry, I'm too busy for all that right now. I've got to get this thermal displacement stack sorted.
Thermal...
displacement stack. Here.
And this is for...
Only the
Please tell me you're fixing the
fastest,
airship.
finest ship the world has ever seen. The Enterprise.
Yes!
Me and my dad designed it together. Where other vessels rely on the fickle winds to drive them through the water, ours is fitted with mithril engines. And those things have got more push than a behemoth in a bad mood, and more heat than all the hells put together. Which is where the stack comes in. I may have already talked some tight-lipped shipwrights into putting the hull together for me in a little dockyard in Canva. But the stack's a bit more involved, so I'm building it here. Thing is, it's so involved that I'm running behind and it's starting to hold things up over at the shipyard. I'll come and see my dad, though, when I'm done. Whenever that is.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Good old Clive. I were hoping you'd say that. First things first, I need some parts meching. The stack will be made up of 3 major components. There's the plating, here, that channels hot vapors away from the engine. The helm over the top, that disperses all that heat into the air. And the shielding around the sides. That stops the rest of the ship from going up in flames.
A full suit of armor, then. Probably best to take it one piece at a time.
Then you'll need to start with the plating. Everything else fits onto it. I've got the designs and the list of materials here. Show these to Blackthorn. He'll know what to do.
I can't make head nor
Me
tail
too,
of them.
Luckily, you don't need to.
Raven, don't forget that if she joins the FC, she'll have a room that she can customize at will, too, in the short term.
We're lucky that Stolas escaped the Dragon's area unscathed. Without it, we would never even have known that Cole's team had been attacked.
Blackthorn, can I ask a favor?
Out with it.
It's for Mid.
This my last chance to say I'm otherwise engaged. I'd spare myself the arseache. Go on then. What is it this time?
She said you would know. Here.
Instructions on how to go about building oneself a full set of thermal plating to dissipate heat from around the mithril engine, should one find oneself in need of such a thing. Yeah, that's super easy, dude.
Well,
Raven, I think Ray Ray even has a guide for that.
But I can make it.
Discord.
Won't be easy though, and I'll need help. Get Gav and Otto in here, will you?
All right.
So Mid's roped us all in here again, hasn't she? Typical. Still, if that's what it takes to get her to visit Sid's grave, I'll do what I can.
And, what is it we need to do, exactly?
Take a look at this. It's this plating. The usual sword grade steel won't work. We need something that can get very hot, very fast, and still keep its shape. That means an alloy. Something that won't break or buckle at the temperatures she's talking about. Which is where you lot come in. I need materials, and I've got my work cut out already. You'll have to fetch them. Now, there's a special kind of sand I'm after that you can only find out in the Valcroy. Stardust, they call it.
Perfect.
As for the rest of the stuff, my usual supply should have it in stock.
It
just needs buying and bringing back here.
Well, we'll get it done quicker if we split up. One of us should probably give you an hand coat in the sand.
And the other can go and get the rest from this supplier.
Right then.
Well, make your minds up who's going where, we can get this over with.
The tank meant you weren't a military tank. You should definitely take her to Brave Fox on
Up to you who you take to the desert. I mean, Gav's good in a fight, but you don't have my winning personality.
Don't listen to him. You'll be in the lowest of low company with either of us.
Oh, how can I not take Gav?
You going after the Stardust? Which one of these two lucky souls is going with you?
I'm taking Gav, but if any of you took Otto, I am curious what some of the things Otto says.
You're with me.
Rune or Crepe,
All
if
right,
you see this in
then.
the future, feel free to comment.
So, where do we find this Stardust stuff?
There's a river that runs through the southern reaches of the Valcroy. It's the black sand that washes up on its banks that you're after.
Southern reaches of the Velcroy, eh? That's down past Dhalmekian. I'll go and scout the place out. See about hiring us a wagon to bring the stuff back to.
All right. I'll meet you by the river.
While you're off having a paddle, I'll pick up the rest of the stuff from Blackthorn's supply. Take care.
You two, eh? Don't go letting him fleece ya.
Fleece me? I'd like to see him try.
In your own time.
Okay, so I'll mostly got stuff down here, but I do want to. Oh, and a new quest popped up here, or here in Lost King. Interesting. Okay, Dragon's Area first, since especially because we need that dragon, potentially that dragon bone.
Welcome. I'll be here if you need me.
Get them pilchers nice and chilled.
God, don't get me wrong, I love that overworld feed, but every time that music kicks in, it sounds so much more science fiction in my mind than it does like fantasy. It's one of my favorite themes so far we've heard for the overworld, but I mean, it sounds good for a field theme. Like it's good. It works. It's just. Thank you, Riven.
Cole, I'm glad you're in one piece.
Just about. Sid, if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing here?
Doris sent me to find you. She hasn't heard anything since the attack. She's been worried about you.
I sent a runner to the Dame in Northreach. The hideaway should have learned of our survival yesterday.
Well, I'm here now. And it looks like you freed the bearers.
Only some. The rest locked themselves in the slaver's carriage rather than fleeing when they had the chance. I want to help them, Sid. But we're barely in any state to protect those few we did save.
You made the right decision. Now where's the carriage?
The goblins may still be out there.
You have duties to attend to here. See to the injured. I'll handle the rest.
All right. Just follow the path to the south. You'll come across the carriage soon enough. And please, hurry. If the beastman gets those bearers, the poor souls will be eaten alive.
I won't let that happen.
Thank you. And Sid, it's good to see you.
Don't thank me just yet.
Hey guys, guess who's here? Oof. Better? Good job. Good job. Oh, yes. Favor the people. Oh, yes. Thank you. Oh, now he's just snuffling about my feet.
They're trying to get into the carriage.
Oh. Who are you? A friend. Are there any more survivors? Why didn't you flee with the others? If the goblins had made it through that door, you wouldn't have stood a chance.
Why should we run? One miserable death's no worse than another.
Perhaps. But we're here to give you another choice. Freedom, safety, the life you've been denied. Come with us. Let us protect you.
Sid, I couldn't just let you... You weren't too late then. Thank the gods.
This man risked his life to save yours. To give you a second chance.
Fine. Do with us what you will.
What we'll do with you is take you to safety. After that, it's up to you. Your lives are your own now.
You can leave the rest to us, Sid. We'll get everyone back to the hideaway.
Thank you. I'll let Doris know we're expecting new arrivals.
Raven, there are special leather hole punches that are usually the best things. You can also get hammer hole punches, which are sometimes cheaper. But what you can do is you can also, they'll let you cut small holes, and then there are like the leather hole punches will let you expand those holes as well. So for leather, those are specifically, if it's a thin enough gauge leather, you actually could probably take a leather hole, or a paper hole punch, and you'd be able to, with a lot of force, be able to get one hole punch, and it's very ineffective. I wouldn't recommend doing it that way, but if that's all you have on hand. Give me a second. Okay.
Good day to you.
It's all but spent. The crystals we get from it. What can I interest you in today?
Ooh,
I hope it's to
fuck
your
yeah, I'm buying
liking.
that.
Keep fighting the good.
I hate to think that auto equips. I definitely want more ability points. Badge of Might was what I had before. And when he lifted his fist beneath them, he was found. Beneath them, found not by dust. Though a savvy merchant would have you believe that through arcane magics imbued into the sword at high cost to the supplier, its wielder will experience enhanced strength and dexterity. In truth, it is the reduced weight and increased hardness afforded by the weapon's narrow blade of folded steel that ultimately provides the illusion of holding the steel necessarily increases hardness? It should just... In theory, that should just, it's any,
Light.
impurities.
Ah,
that's cute.
Clive. Your timing is exquisite, as always. I have a concern which you may be able to assist me with.
Go on.
Are we finally going to learn more about corpse
There
Man?
are whisperings afoot of shadowy figures having been sighted outside the village. Rustlings in the undergrowth, suspicious noises. My people fear that they are being watched. It may be no more than a surfeit of nerves, understandable in the current climate, or it may be the prelude to something altogether more dangerous. Given what I hope you'll forgive me calling your nose for trouble, I wondered if you might investigate.
Of course.
Excellent. You might begin by speaking with the good citizens of Lostwing. Listen to their tales, and make what you will of them.
All right. I will. Right. Let's see what the people of the village have to say. I'd better find out if this is just nerves, or something we need to take more seriously.
You all right, Sid? Something on your mind?
There is actually. Can I ask you something? Quentin tells me people have mentioned shadowy figures out in the woods. Have you noticed anything unusual?
Oh, that. No, sorry, can't help you. I heard the rumours, mind, from the lads working over at the vineyard, but none of them has seen anything either.
All right. Thanks anyway. Do you have a moment? There's talk of suspicious figures in the woods. Have you seen anything out of the ordinary?
No, but I've heard something. Sound of scraping metal, like someone sharpening a sword.
Where was this?
In Lorbert's Pass. Was out foraging for herbs when I heard it, screeching out from between the trees. Ran back here as quick as my legs would carry me, and I ain't been back since.
I see. I'll look into it. Thank you.
I'll have to talk to the last person. Oh, nice.
Seems Lorbert's Pass is our best bet then. What do you say, Torgal? Shall we go and investigate? You there?
Fuck! He's seen us. Get them before they escape.
I don't know why that was so funny, but it's just such a fuck.
Here. What the hell are you doing here?
What is it to you? Not that we give a damn. All that matters to us is that you don't leave here alive.
Why were they here? Were they planning an attack on Lostwing? I need to warn Quentin.
Clive, how goes the hunt for our sinister figures?
I found some black shields hiding near Lorbert's Pass. They're gone now.
Black shields. The Empress's former bloodhounds, though they serve another master now. One who means to root out and destroy both me and those I care for. And it would appear the pack has finally caught the scent of its prey. Damn it all. I had hoped I would have more time than this. More time to prepare. But if we are cornered, we have no choice but to bite back. And bite back we shall.
I'm sorry. You're going to need to explain. Who did the Black Shield serve now? And why would that person want you dead?
Because I want him dead.
Who?
The former Lord Chief Justice of Sanbreque. All that I have built here is for him.
I don't understand. Why him? Why Lostwing?
I suppose it is better that you know the truth.
Finally.
I was a member of the judiciary once. So sickened was I by the injustice of this world, I swore to fight it. And fight it I did in my own small way.
He's got the air.
I saw more than a few corrupt officials condemned to the very cells into which they had thrown blameless innocents. Men to whom the law was but a scourge to turn against the powerless. And throughout, it was the Lord Chief Justice who backed me, who was my one true ally in the quest to see justice done.
So what changed?
I discovered that he hunted bearers for sport. I was a fool to think he shared my hatred of venality and vice. His support for me was no more than a facade, a means of ridding himself of his rivals, a mask to hide the rot beneath. I filed suit against him immediately. His response, however, was rather more visceral. He had my entire family slaughtered, and he faced no punishment whatsoever. I lost everything. My loved ones, my livelihood, my position, the faith I had once held that any modicum of justice might be achieved through the courts. So I set about enacting my own. I tracked down every soul who served him, and slit their throats myself. But the man himself proved an altogether more difficult target. With money and power come protection, and so I saw that I would need an army of my own. I came here to Lostwing and began recruiting like-minded individuals.
And everyone here knows this is why you do what you do.
Of course. They too have lost loved ones to the bearer hunts. Seen faultless friends sent to the gallows to spare the guilty. All under the watchful eye of the Lord Chief Justice. Our wounds are the same. And our cause is the same. We are comrades. And our revenge is already in motion. We know where he hides, how numerous and well-trained his guard. What we did not know until now, however, was that his plans may already be in motion too.
Quentin.
Our time is short. He may move against us at any moment, unless we move against him first.
I mean, to be fair, it's more directed for a specific singular cause
begins.
Than for
Make
familial
ready
gain.
for war.
You're not entirely wrong, though, Jose. Because it's not about like accruing like money or any of that necessarily. It's about a specific act, or it's trying to assure. If anything, it's more like a Dark Knight guild. I mean, they're not literally Dark Knights.
I'm not going to change his mind.
I will report back to that later. Now we got a lot of side quests. Okay, so we got some hunts to do and some side quests to do in Dhalmekian.
The finest fabric!
Take a sniff, good sir.
Gone, just like that. and without so much as a by your leave.
What's the matter?
It's my apprentice. He up and vanished while my back was turned. I'd go and look for him myself, but I've got a bakery to run. A bakery that's now short one pair of hands. Loath though I am to rely on the kindness of strangers, I'm at a loss. Please, will you see if you can find him?
I'll see what I can do. Do you know where he might have gone?
I wouldn't be surprised if he was off somewhere mooning at Drake's Fang. He used to work there, you see. Poor fool left his heart in its hollow.
All right. Then that's where I'll start.
Hey, head, breath, fang, eye are all gone. We don't know about lightning and wind.
It would
Mine
make
are
a
all that
fine.
Master Lubor says Drake's Fang.
I hear you've been busy. You and I
have more in common than you might think. Not only are we both masters of the blade, and devilishly handsome to boot, but we are both the sacred people to bear our respective names. You didn't think Eorzean Dhalmekian was my own invention, did you? It was the name of my master. I inherited it from her along with her title and her smithy. Ensuring that her name lived on was the least I could do after all she did for me. She plucked me from the streets and put my less than nimble fingers to work making blades of trouble. She was to leave my life suddenly and unexpectedly as she had entered it. I swore to follow in her footsteps, that I might change others' lives as she had mine. That is why I keep her forge alive, why I play the desert hare, and why I cared for orphans of Dhalmekian. Indeed, I had thought my obligations to Renz and Dirka to be my most pressing concern. That is until the infamous Cid made a surprise reappearance, rather muddied the waters. Still, I suppose there's enough of me to go around. But do forgive me if the desert hare isn't always at your beck and call, won't you?
That was your doing, was it not?
Rumors of the Fang's destruction have already reached the long ears of the desert hare. It will soon be on the lips of every man, woman, and child in Dhalmekian. How could anyone not have heard or witnessed that from moms around? Though I doubt they will receive the news quite so cheerfully as I did. This town owed much of its prosperity and protection to the Fang, and many will feel that now
As
it's
for
left
me,
us, so too must they. I know what it is to live without crystals, without wealth. Not an easy life, but I survive. And Dhalmekian has plenty of blessings even without the mother crystal. Its healing waters, its proud people. What need have we for magic? It is but a convenience, a crutch. The people need a new crutch to lean on. Perhaps they ought to look to one another.
Ours is a blessed corner of the Velcroy.
A veritable oasis with clear running water and natural hot spring. I don't doubt that people have been gathering here since long before the founding of the Republic. Since it was founded, they've been gathering in even greater numbers to serve the needs of the miners who work Drake's Fang and the soldiers who guard it. And serve them they did, lining their coffers far from the prying eyes and grasping fingers of the Republican excisemen. Not that edicts from Randella carry much weight in these parts. Dhalmekian has long been something of a law unto itself. Here, those with the most money or the most
At
friends
least
make
they
the
did.
rules. Until Kupka built the castle of his at the heart of the Mother Crystal. Dhalmekian has been Titan's fiefdom since then. And while his men may be liberal with their coin, they are anything but in the exercising of their authority, which, as I'm sure I don't need to tell you, is absolute. You see, why those with the people's best interests at heart took it upon themselves to organize their own protection. My predecessor, chief amongst them.
Stay safe out there.
Says Drake's Fang is
I've never even forged a button. Perhaps Forge Master Luber's having fun at my expense.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Neither would I.
Oh, wait. Are you Clive?
Sorry, my mind was elsewhere. I'm Saver, Master Luber's least accomplished apprentice. Soon to be former apprentice if I don't pass this test. Maybe I'm just not the resourceful type. People are buying up weapons faster than the Briar's Kiss can forge them, and here I am, unable to make a decent bit of kitchenware. He wants me to make a carving knife, one that embodies the spirit of Dalamil. Whatever that's supposed to mean. I don't suppose you have any idea what he's on about, do you?
I'm afraid not.
Never mind. Thought I'd ask. It was that or pack my bags.
I could give you a hand if you like.
I know how busy the Briar's Kiss has been, and that Lubor needs all the capable hands he can find.
I'd be a fool to refuse.
So, where do we start?
Good question. If I'm honest, I've never made any kind of knife before. And then there's this little riddle to keep in mind. The spirit of Dhalmekian. Nothing is ever simple with that man.
The way I see it, there's only one way we'll be solving Lubor's puzzle. We need information. The more the better.
You're right. There's no point fumbling in the dark, I suppose. Now, who to speak to first? Well, there's plenty of folk in Dhalmekian who use knives for a living. There's the butcher, of course, and any number of cooks. They're bound to have an opinion or two about the tools of their trade. All right. I think we have a plan. Let's get to it, shall we? I'll talk to every cook I can find. You speak to the butcher, and anyone else you can think of.
All right. Good luck.
Let's hope that someone says something useful.
Carving out a niche.
Trust Lubor to take a simple test and turn it into a riddle. I'd better get to it.
My carpets have pride of place. Welcome, sir. What can I do you for?
A question, if you don't mind. I need to know what makes a good carving knife.
You a blacksmith or something?
Something, I suppose.
Fair enough. Knives, is it? First and foremost, it's got to hold an edge. Most knives will make it through fat, no problem, but sinew dulls cheap steel in no time. Give me a blade which can slice through anything that crosses my chopping block, and I'm a happy woman.
So a knife that stays sharp. Makes sense.
Oh, where did all the men of the rock go?
Plates and pots! Everything I've worked for, all those years of toil, every coin I've ever earned is tied up in this place.
You all right?
The baths are closed. Leave me be. On second thought, perhaps you are just what I need. Might your services be for hire?
That depends on the job.
I'd have you save my business, the baths. The water's turned scalding hot and all the crystals in Dhalmekian wouldn't be enough to cool it. I've no doubt that my woes stem from the water's source. But I can't go and investigate for fear of my customers thinking I've abandoned the place. I'm bound to these baths in more ways than one. I beg of you. Go to Dusnov Terraces. Tell me what you find there.
All right. I'll go and take a look.
Wonderful. Leave the market by the south gate. The smell of sulphur will guide you the rest of the way. These baths are all that keep me from an ignoble end in a debtor's prison. My livelihood, my very life, is at stake.
Oh, I just realized when we get to 14, they're gonna have that ba-na-na-na-na-na sound effect whenever we pick up the quest for 16. I just realized I had the wrong one a bit. Will of Fire, Rising Flame.
What is it? I'm in no mood for chatter.
Sorry. Do you mind if I ask your trade?
Hunter, why?
I have a question. Can you tell me what makes a good carving knife? I assume you use one out in the field.
Has to be able to put up with some punishment. Can't be dealing with a brittle blade, not while I'm on the hunt. If your knife snaps every time you use it, you'll be spending coin as fast as you make it. Times are hard enough as it is.
Thank you. I won't keep you any longer.
All business, eh? Man after my own heart.
No, I don't think so.
So,
sounds a little bit like
carving knife should be hard-wearing and hold an edge. Hardly a revelation. Let's hope Sava had better luck than I did.
Indian's voice actor trying to put on a different accent. Yep, I was right, bombs.
What the hell are these things?
By the flames. That explains the heat.
You're finished.
Out of the frying pan. Thanks, boy. To me, boy.
Delicious.
Let's cool things down a bit. Let's hope it's enough to keep the baths from boiling.
Okay, and no, I know that there was at least one hunt over to the right here. But there was one in the hall. Obviously, that entire area is the draw. Oh, there he is. There they are.
Excuse me.
What do you want?
The baker sent me to find you.
I am a sorry, selfish sod, aren't I? Certainly not a baker. Master must rue the day he took me in. Time was the sight of the fang used to calm my nerves. But now look at her.
I take it you missed the Mother Crystal.
I hated her, but she was all I knew. Worked her mines for years. And when she shattered, part of me shattered with her. I had to trade my pickaxe for a rolling pin. But I'm no good at baking. Every loaf I touch collapses. My bread's as hollow as I am. She was the only thing that could fill the hole inside me. Oh, I loved her, damn it. But now she's gone. She's never coming back. What am I supposed to do? I ask her. How does a shell of a man learn to live again?
Ooh.
Perhaps you could express yourself in your work. If you miss the Fang, maybe you could recapture it somehow.
Recapture it? I'm a baker, not a... You know, you might just be right. What a fool I've been! I have to get back to the bakery right away. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. You've opened my eyes.
Wait.
Des, good to see, glad to have you. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Now I want the stuffed crazy bread.
Suppose you won't be needing an escort then.
Pretty sure everything's closed around here, though. Almost, it's 5 minutes to 9. Okay, dude. You and me, let's go. The 9 of 9. Rank A. Actually, let me do it more. The 9 of 9s. Rank A.
My blade yet hungers, and so do I. Come, let us feast on your flesh.
Your feasting days are over.
Oh, Lordy Jesus.
I'll snap you like a twig!
Man, that poison mist was no joke.
Those who kill for sport deserve no better.
Alright, cool. I picked that up. Already. Go ahead. Now let's go do the next part of the MSQ, and then I think we'll call it for that. Like, you sure, Elio? Just noticed. Oh, yeah, the cactar shirt I got on. Hola. I think we'll finish this next part of the MSQ and then probably call it there for tonight.
Looks like I found the river. Now where's Gav? Sorry to keep you, Gav.
Better late than never. I've had a quick scout about, and I reckon round here's our best bet if we want to grab as much of this Stardust stuff as we can. Don't know what Blackthorn's planning to do with it, though. I asked over in Dhalmekian, and they seem to think it was worthless. But if Stardust is what Blackthorn wants, Stardust is what he'll get. There's plenty of the stuff lying about, just begging to be bagged.
Then let's get bagging, shall we?
We shall. Race ya.
Good. Good, very good.
So this is Stardust. It just looks like black sand to me.
I think they would have at least made part of the beach like look a little black. It just looks like you're just picking up normal sand.
That should be enough for now. Let's see how Gav's getting on.
You finished? How much did you get?
Enough. I hope.
You win. That might even be enough for old Blackthorn. Hey, before we go, do you mind if we have a chat?
I wonder what Otto says if you bring him.
Feels like ages since we had the chance to talk. You know, man to man like.
It does, doesn't it?
Back when you first took Sid's name, we were talking all the time. Working out what to do in that.
There was a lot to work out.
And there still is. Those shoulders of yours starting to feel the strain. Hardly ever see you around the hideaway nowadays. Always on some errand or other. You can take a day off, you know.
Says the man who spends most of his time behind enemy lines.
Only 'cause you keep sending me there.
I know I can count on you, Gav.
Likewise. So you keep sending me wherever you need to, and I'll keep going. Safe in the knowledge that I have a home to come back to. Thanks to you. Right. That's enough soppy shite for one day. We'd better get this lot back to Blackthorn before he slings his hammer at someone.
You go on ahead. And try to get some rest once you're there.
Oh, I plan to. Believe you me. After Blackthorn gets what he needs, of course.
Right. Ready to go home, boy?
Oh, Borky boy. Borky boy.
Let's hope this is all Blackthorn needs. Blackthorn, got everything you need?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Cheers for the stardust. Should be enough to be getting on with.
We should go out on maneuvers together more often. You're beat sneaking around on your tud all the time.
I'll make a start on putting this thermal plating together then. It'll take some time, mind. So if you've got other things to be getting on with, I could do without you breathing down my neck.
Thank you, Blackthorn. I'll let Mid know construction's underway.
It's complete. Letting off steam 1. Oh, I wonder if we're gonna have to do one apart for each and every. That makes sense.
Suppose we'd better be getting back to work too.
Give us a shout if you need anything.
Crack the crystal.
That's the
too.
plating, so we need
You're
the
joking.
exhaust device.
Drake's fan is
We
gone.
also need plating, bicycle, wicking, and the cap. I wonder if we'll have to work with Karen and Tones for the other two. Like, well, we'll talk to Mid. We'll see what happens, and then.
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures in.
No. This game looks so pretty. Yeah, it does.
If I don't come up with something soon.
You'll be pleased to hear that Blackthorn's started work on the plating.
Excellent. 1 down, 2 to go.
So, what's next?
The helm, of course. For this, we'll be repurposing fallen scrap.
Salvage from the ruins? I thought that material was all but impossible to work.
Ah, but we don't have to.
I'm sorry.
Just so happens there's one
It's already
particular
made for an
ruin that's
airship.
broken into exactly the right shape and size pieces for what we need. What's the name back there? I'll give you all details.
Come on, Mid. At least learn people's names.
Right.
Oh, Sid, is this about the helm?
Yes. Mid said I should speak with you.
I'll show you the plans then. Here you see the mithril engine, in which mithril is burned to generate heat. That heat is then harnessed to produce motive force. Excess heat is dealt with by means of the thermal displacement stack, which disperses it into the surrounding air. Now, were we to rely on thermal plating alone to achieve this effect, the rate of excess heat buildup would far exceed the displacement coefficient of the plating. In other words, the reactor would overheat and eventually explode. This is where the helm comes in. It connects to the plating, you see, and serves as a sort of thermal sink to absorb all that excess energy. Our experiments have shown that fallen ceramics are remarkably thermophilic. They can withstand and absorb levels of heat far above anything we are able to make today. And not only that, they're also waterproof and immune to rust, making them the perfect material for our protective hood. Why? If sea or rainwater were to enter the reactor proper, it would vaporize instantly. The forces produced would tear the ship from stern to...
You can stop there. I understand. Mid said we might be able to use parts of a fallen ruin. Where would I find it?
Ah, yes. It's in Lorbert's Pass, near Lostwing. The thing is, well, I probably should have arranged to have the pieces we need brought here sooner. You see, a certain unwanted visitor has taken up residence there. It's no longer a matter of just walking in and taking them. It's, going to be considerably more dangerous than that.
I see. Then I suppose I'd better deal with this unwanted visitor for you. Would that help?
Oh, very much. Thank you, Sid. I'll gather my team and head there right away. We'll meet you outside the ruins.
Okie dokie then. I think that's what we're gonna call it there. Okay. Thanks so much for watching today, guys. Obviously, tomorrow we're gonna be going again. I'm thinking we're gonna getting ever closer towards the end. Wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow we see more of Bahamut or more of Odin, even maybe even Leviathan. But with all that said, yeah, tomorrow we're gonna continue on. We're basically gonna be continuing on. It's basically we're gonna be doing nothing but 16 up until the point that we're done. Although I'm hoping to maybe try to finish by Wednesday. I'm thinking that if we push hard, we'll get up to that point. I may also, if I can't sleep tonight, play a little bit more off stream, but I'm never gonna do MSQ off stream. Oh, actually, why don't we grab this real quick while we're here?
Sid, welcome back. A Stolas from the Dame arrived not long after you left. If I'd just waited a little longer, I might have been able to deal with things myself. Or maybe I wouldn't. I keep making the wrong decisions.
Cole and the others got home safely. You made exactly the right decision.
No, I was lucky. I've been tracking that slaver for months, and then I sent Cole and you after them, woefully unprepared. What kind of leader sends people into danger without considering all the risks? I should have urged greater caution, told Cole to be wary, to pull back at the first sign of trouble.
We swore the same oath as you, Doris.
It's good to see you safe and well, Cole. I'm sorry.
With all due respect, we Cursebreakers don't risk our lives because you commanded of us. We risk them because we believe in our cause. No one with doubts ever joins our ranks. The agony of removing the brand more than sees to that.
We all know how much bravery that takes.
Cole, I never doubted your courage. Only my ability to see it put to good use. Thank you for your faith in me. I'm not sure I deserve it. I sometimes wonder if I might prefer to risk death alongside the others than ask it of them. But I'm a Cursebreaker. I swore an oath too. I have a role to play, and I must trust that I'm the right one to play it.
You will. In time.
Good man, Clive. Yeah, so friendly reminder, if you want to support us, you can go over to Patreon, where you can toss a couple dollars, get your name in the banner above my head, as well as at the end of videos, so every time we put those out. You can also toss us $1 here, get access to archonship, which gets you access to all sorts of fun little emotes. If you want to join us for playing 14 or other video games, mainly 14 really, you can join us over on Discord at discord.gg/Eorzean archives. There should be links below. Normally this is the part where Ray would insert the links, however we're going late, so Ray I'm sure is asleep by this. Ooh, wait, Rising Flames cooled out by 2 seconds. Yes, ooh, that's gonna be cool. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I have been Elio Forceron, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Cheers, everybody. Thank God there were no technical difficulties.